The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Everything sucks. Yeah, that's what they say. Pop talks dishing out negativity every single day. They're always on a rant, no matter what's in sight. But I won't let their words get me down. I'll prove them wrong tonight. They claim the world is dull, like a never-ending haze. But I see colors shining bright in a million ways. They say love is just a lie, but I know that ain't true. Cause when I'm in your arms, I feel alive and so brand new. Every day is a chance to make it right. No need to dwell in the darkness. Time to shine so bright. Life's got its moments, some tough and some grand. But I won't let pop talks, negativity scare me off my plan.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific 404 Pop Talk, where according to Barron's AI band, everything sucks. That's what we say. We're spreading negativity every Sunday and Wednesday.
Pretty much.
I'm filing a copyright claim. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's me being a
gave
troll.
me the song to use. You wanted me to use it. What the hell, man?
Well, it was for that very limited time, man. And, you know, what's
Limited time, my ass. You put it in the StreamYard.
Oh. Oh man, and it starts again.
And so,
Norman Tag,
what,
he's an instigator.
damn straight. Damn straight.
He's proud.
Oh.
He makes
Well,
me
people-
shake my head and pull my hair out.
So, people, what do you think of that? Do you think that was an appropriate opening? I thought so. That's a great song. A wonderful song. Fantastic, superfluous. Superfluous? I don't know. Fantastic song. I'm still waking up, folks. My caffeine has not kicked in.
Oh no!
I know.
Come on,
wait a
man.
minute. Your caffeine hasn't kicked in? Well, according to some people who've just heard the song, they're saying this about it.
It stinks.
Oh,
I'm hurt now. I'm hurt now. I'm hurt now.
But you don't have any feelings. he took himself out.
I came back through the window.
Right. You just came in through the back door. You have a set of keys. You unlocked the back door and came in. And besides, you don't have any feelings. How many times do I have to tell you? You don't have feelings. You've been around cash too long.
Well, I got feelings, but they're like naughty feelings. But that's beside the point.
Oh.
How many times did I say boobies? No.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic myself. Even though we're getting a good downpour coming here, like we need more rain.
We're gonna have more rain this week. That's all we've been having.
I'm doing all right. I been proud of my Dodgers lately. They've been fighting a lot, so that's good.
Shut up about your Dodgers.
No,
My
I'm
Cubs
seriously,
can't
they
do
have
shit.
been. That wasn't a shot at you. It really wasn't.
Just remember,
the Cubs are more like, oh, we got a game today, man. Wow.
like the Cubs abide, man. But remember, at least the Cubs didn't have freaky nuns going in.
True.
Like the Dodgers. True.
I know.
Yeah.
I can't. That was horrible last year. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Since
Jalen,
this channel has become more political, yes. Those aren't real nuns, people. But anyways, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, gentlemen, on today's show, we have a few topics to discuss. Of course, we will be discussing the passing of comedy great Bob Newhart at the age of 94.
Yeah, we've even been teaching Jace about that, about Bob Newhart, and he's going to check out Bob Newhart. I was like, great. Everyone should. His comedy's great.
Yeah.
You want
Yeah.
clean comedy? Bob Newhart is your guy. And it's just, yes.
Check out his shows that he had. Great shows. There's a reason why they lasted so long.
Yep.
Mhm.
And we're also going to talk about Bruce Timm revealing the Batman Cape Crusader is supposed to make you feel uncomfortable and weaponizes Alfred. He's the guy that's going to enable him to fight crime.
Yeah, I looked into a lot of that article before, and I was like, yeah, I didn't want to go and jump like the comments and say it's doom and gloom. Bruce Timm is just as bad as other people.
It's over. It's over. Well, I mean, for me, I haven't seen anything on it. I wanted I wanted to wait until the story before I actually commented on it and stuff like that.
Bruce
And today's the
Timm's got an
day.
impressive resume, so right, today's the day. Yeah. Bruce Timm has an impressive resume, so let's see. He made it clear that this is an alternate canon, so
Mhm.
we'll see how it goes.
Well, it
And
was
hello
like,
to the old man.
hey, how you
Hello.
doing? I bet you're suffering like me today. So it's just like you and I were talking, Mike, about the Batman, the Curse, or whatever that series coming out, and looking through it, and they're like almost lifting art from Dark Knight Returns, which does and does not bother me because at least it's original art. It's just doing in the style of Frank Miller, and these were very impactful scenes from the Dark Knight Returns. And being that this is taking place before that, obviously, is focusing on the bats that came through the window, and of course his parents' murder that happened. And I, one of the things I think whoever it is that's doing the Curse, I haven't read these yet, but I could be tempted to. They're on issue 4, so I'd have to catch up. But they say one of the prime motivators, everyone thinks is vengeance, even Bruce, but it's really fear. And it's like, yeah, I mean, some people have said all along the way, it's the reason why he took the bat was because he was afraid of the bats, especially when they come crashing through the window or he falls in the bat cave.
Mm-hmm. They talked about that in the Batman Begins movie. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. So it's like, okay, this is Batman. They're talking Batman.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll have to see what they talk about with this one. Like I said, I have not read anything about this, especially this article. So it'll be interesting to take it raw, unlike Cash, who had to cheat and read ahead.
Sometimes these articles pique my interest. It's just because Spock and I were talking about it because we're going to watch that show when it comes out. So
Arthritis. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, what's that going to be playing on again?
Amazon.
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 Yeah,
Oh, okay. So I'll be able to watch it. Cool. So yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that.
Yeah, and if you want to join Spock and I, I'll ask him, Baron, and you can join us with that. And if Mike wants to join too, yeah, for sure. Of course.
Let me know when you guys are going to do it, and I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll let Spock know that you guys are interested in watching it too.
We can comment as we go along. Tell me
Yeah.
For a moment.
Watch it for ourselves, make our own judgment.
Yeah, I don't want to go
things that we like, point out things that we don't like, and things that we're not sure about yet.
Yeah. I mean, because I'll be intrigued by this. I don't necessarily like the voice choice they have for Batman. But
that's the guy from New Adventures of Old Christine and also Legion. Yeah, Legion. He was in Legion, some other things. Yeah.
Well, really, honestly, talk about shoes to fill.
I know.
I mean, Kevin Conway was,
Yeah,
how
Conroy.
long? Conroy, I mean, sorry.
Mhm.
I was thinking of Conway on Babylon
Mhm.
5 too.
Yeah.
So many names so similar.
Mhm.
But about what 2-3 decades of doing Batman,
Yeah, I
Mhm.
know.
it's really hard to replace that. I mean,
Yes.
you know, RoboCop did a great job doing it for The Dark Knight Returns. And
That's true. That's
he
true.
did a
Yeah.
great job.
Yeah, that was a solid job. I agree.
Mhm.
And Kevin Conroy does have a final voice line in
Mhm.
the Crisis on Infinite Earths 3. I've seen the
Mm.
clip.
Mm.
Yeah, I haven't watched those yet.
At least if I go out, I go out as Batman.
Mhm.
Yep.
How you know what? And he did. He went out like
Yeah.
Batman.
He did.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, good.
uh,
I'm just glad the last thing he did that what people get to see is not going to be the Suicide Squad nonsense.
yeah. Amen.
Hmm.
Amen.
And one of the other stories that we'll be talking about today is the Toxic Avenger remake. Excuse me, with Peter Dinklage deemed unreleasable, can't find distributor. Is it that bad?
Well, it's got Peter Dinklage in it. Ding 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 ding
Dinkle,
ding.
Dinkleberry. Yeah, I'm not a
Dinkleberry.
Dinkleberry. Yeah, I used to like that guy as a person, and then he started opening up his mouth about things he didn't need to open his mouth about.
Well, not only that, he went back and forth. I mean, he was talking
Mhm.
Two
Mhm.
Faces. First, he's complaining that people are
Mhm.
using people of short stature, like
Mhm.
a Snow White and such like that. And then he turns around and bitches that no
Yeah.
one's hiring short people. Well, make
Right.
up your freaking mind.
Exactly, man. Please, dude. You are quite an actor, and you can be a lot smarter. Might want to do a little bit of research and find out about the where the dwarves live.
Yeah, you know
Mhm.
Billy Barty. You know Billy Barty. Who was actually going out there and champion uh, short people for actors and other things. Uh, you know, you're not him. You're not him. And yeah, I mean, you're a midget, man. I'm not talking about your stature. I'm talking about your mind.
Right.
Another
We lose
story we'll
Mike.
be
Oh, there he is.
talking about from comicbook.com is Morbius director admitting he wasn't a good fit for the Marvel flop. The movie was terrible. I'll just say that as someone who saw the movie.
Yeah, you hated it. Jace liked it. There's a few other people who liked it, but yes, overall it was a flop. So as Phil would say, does that make it a success? Not really.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I mean, we've seen
but once
flops that
again,
are great, and
yeah,
then
there's been flops that like, this is not the worst thing in the world. It's not the best, but at least it's decent.
well, it's like Tron, Black Hole,
Yeah, yeah, flop. Yeah,
Highlander.
yeah,
I mean, these
yeah.
are all
It's
flops.
yeah, they
And
just didn't connect with the audience or most of the critics and whatever. Yeah.
but the great thing about it though is boom, cable and VHS, and it found a new audience there. And people go, "Oh boy, what did I miss in the theater?" People listen to me, theater, theater.
Theater.
I do say yes, theater.
And
Yeah.
we'll also talk about an article from Niche Gamer where
Mhm.
Crunchyroll has updated their website and they've removed comments. Are we surprised?
I found that I just was like, oh boy, I'm gonna post this some places because there's people who care and they want to know about that, and even some people said, oh, I just don't have a subscription to Crunchyroll anymore, and that's the other problem with the streaming services when they start doing shit that is obviously not right, especially censorship. You ask yourself, do you still want to spend money on them?
True.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Of course, we'll be taking a look at the weekend box office, but first, before we get into any of these articles, we're gonna watch something, and Baron and Cash are
Yeah.
gonna give their honest reactions. I've
All
already
right.
watched it a few times, and I know what I'm doing on September 6th or around there. And I will have to pause this every 8 seconds.
Oh no.
Thank
Yeah.
you, YouTube.
Well, YouTube, Warner Brothers, and
Yeah, again, when you're doing free advertisement for them.
Yes. But it is still their property, as other people would say.
Yeah.
I get that, but
Well, yeah, I get that. I'm just calling him stupid. That's all.
it is. But here we go.
it is stupid, man.
When you're all driving
Pause that at 7 seconds, and I'll go real quick.
carpool and banging your Pilates instructors to fill the empty voids in your life, we'll see who gets the last laugh. My mom grew up here, that old house on the hill.
Wait, the ghost house? Is your mom Lydia Dietz?
Unfortunately,
She's a legend.
The living, the dead. Can they coexist?
Now's my chance.
ghosts aren't real. Only gullible people believe that kind of crap.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
I need you to help me save my daughter.
And how do I know that you're going to keep your word?
I swear on my dead mother's soul. Days.
And you know what? You hear Michael Keaton doing the voice. He's still got it.
Yeah, he does. And the funny thing is this so far is doing a better job than the other trailer. It really is.
Mhm.
Bob, you and the boys stand guard. Nobody gets through. Let's go, honey.
Hey, it's English.
And that's
Mhm.
Monica Bellucci.
Yeah, beautiful.
Uh,
Recognize this post. Never seen that chick before in my life or afterlife.
Even with the quote unquote scars, her.
Mhm.
She's still hot. Oh.
We doing this?
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. I'm needed upstairs. Bob, go down the fort. Spill your guts. Who wants to go first? All right, I will. See, I'm willing to do the work.
Spread after like it's so random.
You're that thing from my dream.
Really more nightmare material.
Confronting the unknown, conquering your fears. There's nothing harder.
What the
what the?
Well, they got PG-13 ratings,
for
so.
a special occasion, but right now with like a little privacy.
All right, thoughts.
I think this one is a better trailer than the first one, and really showing that dark humor more, and showing off Keaton more, right? Because let's face it, it's Keaton that we're really wanting to see as Beetlejuice.
Hmm.
What outrageous! And I just hope that these are not the best scenes of the movie.
Yeah, that happens.
I hope there's more.
I'm still always not sure about sequels coming out, and it's been so many years, but I hope it makes people happy, I guess. I just some of these movies I just like I just don't want to see them in the theater. I'll just wait till it's on cable probably. And I
Well,
liked the first Beetlejuice movie a lot. I thought it's still
oh
a
yeah,
very good film.
very
I'm just not
bizarre.
always sure about these sequels. I mean, we're even getting a Gladiator 2, and I know some people are excited about that, but after all these years, it's just I just never sure.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But this one I can
Mhm.
see because
Are
it's
you
like
gonna
that
go?
next.
Would you go to the theater though, Baron, and watch
I,
this, or
I
I
probably
know
would
Mike
if
will, but
I
okay.
probably would. Yeah,
You think
really.
your wife would want to go watch this with you?
Oh, I'm hell yeah,
Okay,
hell yeah.
that's
I
good to
mean,
hear.
she might not be geeky like us, but there's stuff like this that she does like.
No,
But
I mean, obviously, you know, you still got the guy for Beetlejuice and the
hmm
one you want, and he still sounds like Beetlejuice. So you can't,
yeah,
you know, Michael Keaton is still kicking ass. So I'm just gonna
right.
say that he just is. He's still kicking ass. So good for him.
You know, that's who they should have got to play Batman in the that animated series. Is Keaton.
Hmm.
it would have
Because
worked. I mean,
it would have
it's
worked.
voice work for one.
Yeah, I think it could work probably, but he probably be like, "Is would it be too much?" But yeah, it wouldn't be bad for him to do the voice
Mhm.
acting of that. Yeah. Hmm.
Well, you know, the big thing too is I can see this coming out now because it's that next generation, but it's that next generation's not ignoring the first generation. It looks like,
Right.
except for Jeffrey Jones, who, for obvious reasons, is not involved with this project, and we don't have Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis, but
No,
who cares?
that's okay.
Especially now.
They weren't really the main focus of it anyway. It was Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice.
Right.
Mhm.
Him trying to get them out of the house.
Oh.
So, of course, you know, it's kind of nice they are giving a little bit of homage to Jeffrey Jones in this by having the funeral, but still, you know, recognizing that he's part of the universe. But again, like I said, for obvious reasons, it was really hard to have him back and be on the screen because there's still that bad taste in people's mouth about him.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, for good reason, and it is
yeah, yeah,
unfortunately true
yeah.
too. So yeah, you
Because I
can't.
really, yeah,
Mhm.
because I really liked Jeffrey Jones when he was out there. It's like, you know, just think of those
He
films he
was
was
quite
in.
an actor, man.
Oh,
Mhm.
Yeah.
he was from wild comedies to even serious movies. I mean,
Mhm.
uh, you know, in Amadeus, the role that he played in that,
Oh, it's great.
it was great. It's like this was different than Ferris Bueller and the other ones. It's like the range he does have. Um, but yeah, it's a shame. But this trailer really focusing on Keaton, which I think everybody wants,
Mhm.
right? Where the other ones weren't. This really shines for a trailer, I think. And yeah, I can't. Yeah, I mean, whether it's this or streaming, no matter what, I'm going to watch this.
Okay.
There's no doubt about
Yeah.
it. I'm
It's
going to watch
another thing.
Oh, you're
This
okay.
trailer shows that even though he hasn't done this role since '87, with the movie being released in '88,
it.
he
Mhm.
he can still get into that character.
Yeah, I think it's one of his favorite ones. I really do. And why
It's
not?
it's just a shame it took this long to get a sequel.
Yeah. You know, Winona Ryder is older now, and she's still in it. And Marina O'Hara, right? Catherine
Yeah.
O'Hara?
Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah. She's in it, and they're still looking good. I mean,
Yeah.
I think actually Kathleen O'Hara is aged more graceful than Winona Ryder. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, really, you know why? She's a redhead. You know, and yeah, I think this might be a good film because Tim Burton has his fingers all over it, and We all know how Tim Burton is, and in many ways, he's a bit protective of his properties too that
Yeah.
he does are involved in. Remember the Beetlejuice animated series?
I used to watch it.
Yeah, me too.
I
But-
mean, I can't remember who voiced Beetlejuice in the cartoon, but they did a good job.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up real quick. To find
Okay,
it.
I'll let you look
I
it up.
will.
I want to about to, but I'll make you do the work.
I was about to look it up too.
Yeah.
Can't help myself.
Well, we all
That's
can.
fine. That's fine. We can all get. Whoever gets to it first.
Uh,
No, I gave up when you said you were doing that. I said, okay, I'm not doing it now. You're usually faster than me.
No, not always. Not always.
Mhm.
If my hands aren't cooperating, it's like, okay, come on.
Well, mine don't. Yeah. But yeah, Beetlejuice 2 looks like it could be a hell of a lot of fun and weird. I mean, they got to keep it weird too. I see that the his version of the sandworms are back in it, with the
Mhm.
stripes and all that.
I thought I had read that they were doing stop motion again for the sandworms. And
With Burton, I wouldn't doubt it. I don't think he's all for the CGI. He likes that stop motion, and it shows with the movies that he had been involved with.
well, yeah, they are. They're trying to get audiences back in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
It's now everybody can disagree with me, but it's a shame that they've waited this long to one release a sequel to the original movie, and two that we have to wait till September to actually see it. You think this would have done, gangbusters at the box office? It's like, wait a minute, Keaton,
Well,
Beetlejuice, let's go.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's kind of nice what's kind of nice about it being towards September is because it's close to Halloween, and when it starts hitting streaming, it will probably be Halloween, and what a great Halloween film that would be.
Mm-hmm. And it was Stephen Ouimet who did the voice of Beetlejuice for the animated series.
Beetlejuice. It's and what are they having to do is they have to rely on something that came from the 80s, and I'm sure that Tim Burton's not going to soy it up and DEI it and all that other crap.
Yeah,
He's just going to
you can't with a property like Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is politically incorrect. He'll say things and he doesn't care.
Mm-hmm. That's the charm of him. And hi there, Rose. How are you?
Padawannabe says Beetlejuice for Keaton is much like Keanu with Ted. The character seems to be a part of their actual selves. Every movie they do, there's a bit of the old character popping out now and again in new work. Yeah. And it is good to see Leia Rose.
It's just if they keep the crap out of it and just go with, and I'm very confident, even though he's not directed at Tim Burton, it's somebody else, if I remember, but he's got his fingers involved. This is how it's going to go. He's being an actual producer.
Let me just look up the information that IMDb has on Beetlejuice, because I thought it said that Tim Burton was directing this.
Oh, really? Okay, I heard that he wasn't. It was somebody else. I don't know. I can be wrong. I'll admit it, but because there's some of the stuff he has that has come out that was Tim Burton. Burton. He is directing.
I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Oh, please do. I'm not telling you, man. Come on, man. I'm not telling you, man. But let's see it. Let's see it in its full glory. Yeah, this is why the film's really gonna be good. You know it. Because Tim Burton doesn't do that crap.
None of his movies have ever been, one of those movies where they have to tone it down. No, he's not PC. He's never
No.
been PC.
Yeah, dare I say, he's an artiste, which
Mhm.
you kind of have to be in this. So, thank you, Tim, for being there for this. But, even the ones like, I think The Corpse Bride, I don't think he was the director for that one, but still, his fingerprints are all over it. He's making sure it's going to stay this way. He did The Nightmare Before Christmas, I believe. But
Yeah, he did.
and I saw where I saw when I went to we used to have a comic book. What would you say? Not a comic book, but an animated, not studio per se, but art studio where you could go and buy the various cells that they have.
Mhm.
I would have loved to gotten the ones that they had for on the East Coast where they had BC for the phone companies. Bought one of those, but they had a where you could buy like 6 of the heads of Jack Skellington that they used.
And I didn't know until looking at the IMDb cast list, but it says Danny DeVito's in it.
Yeah, I see that. I did not know that either as a janitor. A lot of these other people, I don't know who they are, to be honest.
Yeah.
Obviously, Monica Bellucci. Oh, what a even dressed up like that as the dead is
She's a beautiful one.
beautiful one. William Dafoe, I'm sure that's going to be good with him in there. Of course, Winona Ryder taking over her spot, what she did, and Kathleen O'Hare.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, honey. Glad you're listening. She's checking up and making sure that I'm behaving.
Thank you so long, suffering, for checking in on Baron. He gets out of control sometimes. Okay. All the
No,
time.
no. You're ignorant. You're ignorant. Jenna Ortega, of course, taking over as the daughter, Astrid. Oh, sorry. The future Mrs. Jace Fox is.
According to Jace.
Oh yeah. He's not simping for her, but that's gonna be his wife.
But here's the thing that probably made it easy for her. She's already used to being under the direction of Tim Burton for Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
So it wasn't like she had to adjust to him for filming Beetlejuice.
Yeah. It sounds like they're having that relationship in the form of director, actress, producer, actress, stuff like that. And I'm not talking about the director's couch either. When Tim Burton likes someone, he uses them in various films.
Mm-hmm.
Other ones. So,
I mean,
But
Paul Rubens, the late Paul Rubens, he had a cameo in Batman Returns.
Mm-hmm. That was because of when Rubens was caught in the movie house, which I think was absolutely horrible. What that whole thing is like, what you gonna do? He's your no. We still have tonight, love. We still have tonight.
That sounds foreboding.
It should. Back to you, Mike.
Well, before I continue, I'm going to play a clip, especially after that devious laugh.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
I love it. Actually, most of the stuff we have, I love. So,
Hey, you know what? We already looked at the trailer, but let's go ahead and look at the stills.
oh yeah,
I mean, look at that. You could tell Michael Keaton just loves getting into the Beetlejuice character just by that smile.
Especially when it was one of your favorite roles. Yeah.
Yeah. Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah, this is where time she actually experiences Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
in the undead flesh. I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. Is that guy supposed to be her husband? I don't know.
I'll bring up the information. Justin Thoreau.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with him.
I'm not either.
Of course, you have Jenna Ortega.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see these two in scenes together again.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, yeah.
Just look at the look on her face. I mean, oh, and his face. That's perfect.
Yep.
Oh, look who joined us.
Oh, he must have had his Jenna Ortega sensors going off.
This is what we should have talked about on Thursday and didn't do, Jace. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I'm surprised the Beyond didn't talk about it on Thursday. I would have thought for sure, especially with it being Jenna Ortega, that Jace would have been all over that.
William Dafoe with Bob.
Monica Bellucci. It's showtime.
Yeah, that pose. He's got that pose down, man.
Yeah. And does it surprise you that they would still have Winona Ryder's Lydia still looking virtually the same as she did in the original?
I'm not surprised, but look at the guy next to her and how he's dressed similar.
Yeah.
That's got to be her husband in the movie.
William Dafoe. I am looking forward to seeing this. I really am. Excuse me.
He's Rory, whoever Rory is. So
yeah.
Dolores. It's going to be interesting seeing what his role is going to be like in there. You know, he's a bad guy.
Yeah. You know, he's a foil for Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Jay says, Jenna, she is a good actress, you know. Yeah, Sim.
Yeah. And she's cute. Doesn't hurt that she's cute.
Have that on topic for this week. Okay. You don't know. Here's what it is. Jason's watching Pop Talk. What's Mike talking about? Beetlejuice, you son of a bitch. You beat me to it.
Oh, he has his chance. Yeah.
Bob.
Mm-hmm. Bob was always a fan favorite.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Jace. Just for you.
There you go, Jace. Take it in, Jace. Enjoy it.
Yeah. Winona Ryder was
in this picture for the poster. It looks like she's in the wedding gown that she was in the first one.
Mm-hmm. And you gotta remember, Winona Ryder was our Ortega back.
Said to her, you know, if you want me to rescue your daughter, you gotta marry me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's still after her. I don't blame him. Even though she looks older, she's still a good-looking lady.
That's true. Let's see. Of course, Catherine O'Hara.
And she still looks great for her age. I mean, look at that. And she's red. With blue eyes. Now, if she had green eyes, that'd be perfect.
We know Baron's true weakness now, don't we all?
Hey, I like redheads.
I
I
like
like
him too.
Cash.
I
like
ain't
Cash.
complaining.
Yeah, Cash doesn't like him, but I like him. But so.
Jay says Jenna is my future wife. I mean, I'm not a simp. Go ahead and play it, Baron.
Oh, okay. Let's see how fast I can be today. How fast can I be?
In 3, 2, 1.
The hell you say?
No. That's not the one. Come on, man. You're slipping, man. That's not the one we play.
Oh, okay. Which one do we play for him?
For Jace saying he's not a simp.
I call bullshit.
Oh, that. Oh, okay. Oh, you're going for the audio. Okay.
Yes,
Hey.
yes.
And you know, Cash wandered away again, and this is why.
Ah! It's not a liquid. It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface. Ah!
You know, he's away, so that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, this is what happens. Oh, the show started. I can walk away now. Those goobers can do it on their own.
Mm-hmm. He's good at that. He even did it during our game. Yeah, I'll be back. I gotta get some kale wrapped tofu teriyaki style. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he got disconnected on Discord. I had to get in the chat and say, Cash, you're disconnected.
No, I'm not. Yes, you are.
Cash, the stream's down. No, it's not. It says it's still live on my end. OBS is lying to you. It's down.
Yeah, but it'll pop up again fast. Not too long, so.
That's right.
Oh,
now he shows up as soon as we start talking about it.
No, I had to unfortunately deal with some family issues. I want to tell people in my family, no, streaming is more important than all of you, but that's not true.
No, you know the rule. Family comes first.
No, I think streaming comes first. It comes first for
family
me.
Comes first, Baron.
Have you met my family?
Yes, I have been introduced to your lovely wife who puts up with you day in and day out. She's a saint.
And my daughter and the old man. Yeah. The only one who has not been hasn't been the other child. She hasn't shown up yet, so but you met them.
Yeah, dude, I hate to break it to you, Jace. You're a good dude, man, but Jenna Ortega doesn't even know you're alive, my friend. Unless I'm wrong. So
she's subscribed to 540 and under another name.
That's what
No, it's all those creepy emails and letters he sends her, about 5 a day.
He's like, "What's up, girl?"
I'm surprised he hasn't been visited by someone saying, "Yeah, we have a cease and desist order here, please." Yeah.
There's some guy from Norway and stuff. He keeps bothering this woman.
But there is someone who we've lost who I don't think bothered anybody. He entertained a lot of people. He made a lot of us laugh.
Damn.
He had a great life, though. I mean, 94, but it just feels like somebody like Newhart was going to live into his hundreds. Felt that way about Betty White and some of these other people. It just felt that way. It really did.
I want him to live forever.
Yeah, I know.
Because his humor is what's needed, especially today.
Mm-hmm.
And even back in the turmoils of the 60s, where comedians were really getting political back then, and being your Lenny Bruce's and Richard Pryor's, where he started getting a little bit more filthy comedy, obviously.
Yeah.
He and Mort Saul, those guys, he's the first one to be on number one on the record label, and he won a Grammy, 2 Grammys for it.
Mhm.
The Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart, which at the time, and he always sat back and said, "What do you mean by this?
Well, look at some of the
what-"
amazing things that like people like Christopher Lee did. The man like was close to, a few years before he had passed away, he would do like a metal rock album of Christmas or something. It's crazy.
Yeah,
You would
something
never
like
think
that.
that. Yeah.
And it's good to see Pop Culture Mechanic. See,
Oh,
Baron and I are fighting over it.
You
No,
do it.
I'm going to show his name. No, you show his name. No, I'm going to show his name.
Hey, how's it going, eh?
Good to see you,
Good
Pop.
day. Go down to the
Hello.
store, get a 2-4. Get a 2-4, man. And enjoy the show, eh? Don't be a hoser.
Quit bugging him, you hoser.
Just be nice.
But this article is by Carmel Dagan, and it says Bob Newhart, comedy icon, dies at 94. This was posted on July 18th.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on to say Bob Newhart, the genteel but sharply satirical comic whose TV series, The Bob Newhart Show and Newhart were huge hits throughout the 1970s and 80s, died Thursday in Los Angeles. He was 94. Newhart's publicist, Jerry Digney, said he died after a series of short illnesses. Newhart was also known to younger audiences as Papa Elf in the 2003 Christmas classic Elf. His guest spots on The Big Bang Theory, for which he won his only Emmy as the guest star in 2013, and most recently appeared in 3 episodes of Young Sheldon.
It's true.
Now, I got to sit back and say, what a crime that Big Bang was his only Emmy. He should have won Emmys before that.
Yeah, but you can say that we can go down the list, Baron, of people who deserve Emmys, even people who are still alive. I mean, from the Dr. Cox character to all kinds of different people, man. Bob Odenkirk for his character of Saul. I mean, you can go down the list, man, of comedy, of drama, and it's like, how could these people be snubbed like this? Yeah,
Well,
it just feels
especially when you see the people that won for these categories that he was in. It's like, really, them?
Yeah,
really, them? But I mean, granted, you had some that did deserve it, like John Larroquette, who was winning. He finally sat back and said, "Don't put me on anymore.
Right?
I don't put me on the list anymore. Let other people have a chance." I mean, what a classy guy! What a classy guy there.
Yeah.
So you did have people that, well, even going back to Barney Fife himself,
Mr. Don Knotts, yeah.
Yes, the great Don Knotts, who would have been 100 years old this year, by the way.
Wow.
He just had his anniversary of his birth 100 years ago. But, and rightly so. I believe he won 2 Emmys.
Yeah.
So there are people that did deserve it, but Bob definitely needed one, at least one for the Bob Newhart Show, and definitely at least one for Newhart.
Yep, I agree, man.
The article goes on to say the Big Bang Theory creator Chuck Lorre remembered Newhart saying in a statement, "For years, I begged Bob to appear on one of my shows. He always said no. But then he fell in love with the Big Bang Theory and said yes, with 2 provisions. One, his character had to have an arc that spanned several episodes, and 2, he wanted to win an Emmy. We delivered on both. I got to work with a comedy legend, a master of the craft, and a kind and gentle man. I even got to call him friend. How lucky am I?"
Yeah, very lucky. And you know why he wouldn't want to be on his other shows, because they're so sexually charged, like 2.5 Men, where it's all about sex, and all the others. That's not Bob.
That's
But at least
true. It is.
when
Yeah.
he was on the Big Bang Theory, those episodes they threw that to the side
Right.
and were focusing on basically what he was about, and it was back to the old true comedies, like
Yes.
he would have. So I can see Bob because he knows how he works,
Right.
and he saw the Big Bang Theory. He thought, okay, this is a show I can get involved in, but here's my stipulations. I don't blame him for wanting to be a reoccurring guest on the show. And the Bob Newhart, those 5 years, those 5 seasons he had were just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Just how flustered he was with everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and look at his cast that he had with him: Bill Daly, Suzanne Flechette, Marshall Wallace. I mean, wow, what a team to play off of. And I have a mental block in the name of the dentist, him too, who I think now is the only cast member that's still with us.
Yeah.
It's just wonderful. Oh, okay. Yeah. She's a typo queen, by the way.
Well, obviously, she's never seen any of my typos.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can be in competition.
Yeah. I don't know. Here's a cute, amusing, innocent story. We were talking, and it's like, we should just have a day together. And she was working a job that fluctuated with her weekends. She was working like every other weekend in the second shift, and then during the week she was working the regular shifts. So she finally goes, "Hey, you want to play hockey? Hockey, like the game." And she went on to voice Mrs. Krabappel in The Simpsons. Exactly.
Great character.
And I thought she was being cute because because of my humor, and it's like she was doing wordplay like I do. It's like, no, I meant to say hooky. It was a typo. She should have said that to me, but it's sweet. It's sweet and lovable. It's one of the things that that endeared her to me.
That brought you two together. Well,
Yeah.
Say it like it is. It brought you two together.
Yeah. But Marsha Wallace with Mrs. Krabappel. I mean, 2 great roles that she had on Bob Newhart show and in The Simpsons, where she was more recurring. And it's sad that her voice lines were cut out of the Simpson movie.
Yeah,
they showed her, but they didn't. But the lines that she did have in the Simpson movie were cut.
That's too bad.
It was. But back to Bob, because again, what we're sitting back saying is Bob was so around so much time. I mean, even look at Newhart itself, the 8 years he was on. Tom Poston, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
he was great in there. And of course, you had one of the bosom buddies on there, Peter Scolari, on it, who unfortunately has passed away. I have a mental block on the actress's name for his wife, but who unfortunately died not long after Newhart went off the air. But she was wonderful in there. I mean, he knew how to pick wives on TV, that's for sure.
Yeah, you think about the ending of Newhart, and he says, I had a dream. I was married to a hot blonde. What do you mean by hot blonde?
And what's funny about that last scene, nobody except for those that were involved in the show knew this was going to happen. This was a surprise. They snuck her onto the set. And of course the scene starts out dark, right? So able to sneak onto the into the bed there with no one seeing, and of course Bob too. And it wasn't until Bob turns his light on, she's turned away from him. And then she turns her light on and turn around. It's Suzanne Flechette, and everybody went nuts.
Yep. And she had that sultry, sexy voice.
Oh God, she did. And Bob Newhart show itself. Oh, so damn good. Oh, again, he knew how to pick TV wives.
They have both of those shows actually on Catchy TV. So if you have
Yeah.
like Spectrum or something, yeah, you can. I started watching those recently. It's like, oh, I've known who Bob Newhart is for a long time, but going back and watching his older work, excuse me, is like, wow, he's still got it. Anything that man does is just like, it's basically gold, I would say.
Remember, folks, the typos also go with us saying stuff.
Well, even when I was making the thumbnail and trying to come up with, the different titles for today's edition of Pop Talk, I didn't want to say "Rest in Peace, Bob Newhart."
No.
I felt it was more appropriate to say "Thank you, Bob Newhart, for all the joy he brought to so many people."
Oh,
He
yeah.
really did.
And the influence he did. I mean,
Mhm.
definitely. I know. The horrible name of Bill Cosby definitely was influenced by that, with how he presented his humor. Obviously, his own way. And of course, people say Jerry Seinfeld. The same thing there. I mean, that Jerry Seinfeld was deeply influenced by Bob Newhart.
Mhm.
So I mean, it was being passed down. It was being passed down what he had, and neither one's comedy you can sit back and say is bad. You know, these are obviously people I grew up with. I never got into Newhart though when it was on. I never watched. It
Yeah,
just
that
never clicked
happens,
with me.
man, with shows. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it was only when I was older and they started showing on. I can't remember if it was Me TV or if it was
Might have been.
the other one. I got a mental block on. They started showing those episodes, and that became the nighttime show. The long suffering I would sit down and watch. And it's like
Mhm.
I got into it. It's like now I understand it being older. I wish I would have, but what was great is I'm watching these virtually new with my wife, and it's like having a grand old time. It's like, damn, this is a great show.
And then the thing is, when you hear the theme for the Bob Newhart show or Newhart, you
Mhm.
recognize them immediately.
Like that.
Yep, and CBS is going to have a special on Paramount Plus and on the regular network on July 22 at 8 p.m. Eastern. And
Ooh.
So tomorrow.
so if you guys want to watch that, yes.
Unfortunately, I have neither.
Okay.
I don't even have the over the ears stuff, unfortunately. I got to figure out how to get the antenna right. I'm far enough away, it causes issues. I could pick up the UHF channels great, but the other ones, not so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I know what you mean, though. I would love to see it. Back to you, Mike.
Well, I mean, who's to say they won't upload it to their YouTube channel?
I hope so. I hope so.
I think someone like Bob Newhart should be celebrated. Show his comedy to generations to come and say, this is how you do family-friendly comedy and you still get the point across.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they have to have a really great tribute to him. I know that there are many people who passed away this year that were good actors, actresses, comedians, and such. But honestly, I hope they have a special segment at the Emmys celebrating his life with us.
Yeah,
and the memories that we had. Yeah, because he was deeply impactful up to the day he died with everybody, with every role. Unfortunately, he did have 2 bombs of series afterwards. Bob, and then of course Leo, and I can't remember what the other character was, but he was working with from Taxi. Oh God, I'm having the mental sieve dated.
Sorry, who are we talking about?
Really, Al. Just a second. I usually have it at the top of my.
Yeah, so that show Bob, that was 33 episodes. That was from 92 to 93.
Yeah, so one season.
Then he, of course, had a cameo or a guest star appearance on Murphy Brown.
Right. Yeah. He had semi-regular stuff on. Let's see what ER. He had regular appearances on there.
Yeah, he did 3 episodes of ER. Yeah, I know some people like to say Elf is overrated. I don't agree, but I still think that movie's quite funny.
Well, I
Nice,
think it helps having.
heartfelt story.
Well, because he was on it, that helps it.
Right.
You know, he was a guest star on the It's Gary Shandling show.
Yes.
NCIS as Ducky's mentor.
He
retired.
did 3 episodes on The Librarians, which I recommend. It's
Yeah,
a
those
good
were the movies.
quality
Yeah.
show. Yeah, the movies, and then he also was on the TV show as well.
Oh, he was on TV. Yeah, and
3
John
episodes.
Larroquette. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, on that one. Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought the 3 were those 3 movies.
He had
But,
a guest star on NCIS in 2011. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where he was the Ducky's mentor and predecessor who was suffering from Alzheimer's disease.
Mm.
Think about that. George and Leo is the one I'm talking about, and that's with Judd Hirsch. Judd Hirsch from Taxi. And
He was Bernard in The Rescuers. Wow, 77.
yeah.
That's
He was
crazy.
in that one with one of the Gabors. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember which
Ava
one.
Gabor.
Ava. Yeah. They were so alike. I get confused on that one.
Mhm.
Yeah, and sadly those shows didn't take off. But Bob Newhart, as he sat back, and it's funny because every show up until George and Leo, his shows had some form of his name in it. Obviously, Bob Newhart show, Newhart, and then Bob.
Mhm. Bob, yeah.
Yeah, Bob. Yeah, Bob.
Hey, Bab. Hey, talk to the Bobs.
I mean, the Bob
You know,
Newhart show had 142 episodes. That's not
Yep.
bad.
Yeah.
72 to 78. So as you guys were talking about, was 5 seasons? What were you?
5 seasons for that, 8 seasons for the Newhart
Newhart.
series.
Mm-hmm.
And memorable shows. And again, his comedy. I mean, if you have it, I'm sure it's out there on. I'm sure it's got to be on there in Spotify or YouTube Music, because they do have comedy.
I
albums
bet
out
you
there.
could find his comedy albums on YouTube himself just by searching for them.
I was just going to say that. Thank you. Whatever it is, if you can find it, they have the entire Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart in his follow-up, Button Down Mind Strikes Back. You're just going to laugh your ass off. I mean, he was a straight man, and you didn't see his partner. This partner was either on a phone or addressing over the intercom system or whatever. That is, wow! What he did was just took comedy in a different level, different direction.
Indeed.
I think this article also has a very awesome picture at the end, or towards the end. But go on, Mike.
All right.
Back to you, Mike, I should say.
Before his TV success, Newhart's comedy albums were widely popular for their, at the time, new approach of observational humor. He ruled TV for the better part of 2 decades, first with The Bob Newhart Show as a befuddled Chicago psychologist, and then on Newhart as an equally at a loss New England innkeeper. He drew Emmy nominations for actor in a comedy for 3 years running from 1985 to 87. Both shows were major successes for CBS, and they ran for a total of 16 years between 1972 and 1990. Well, you know what? Let's cover this.
Yeah. Well, why don't we finish Bob?
Let's finish with Bob, and then we will cover this.
Yeah, I put one in the private chat, but I'm sure there's a lot of others out there.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, gentlemen, we're not just on Rumble, we're not just on YouTube, we're on both platforms, so mind your P's and Q's.
Is this true? This is not some delusional fake utopia shit? Okay.
Look in the private chat, Cash.
I see it, but it's still blowing my mind.
Don't worry, we're going to talk about this. This is important stuff to talk about.
It is very important.
Boy.
But we'll finish this article real quick. Surprisingly, his first Emmy win didn't come until 2013 when he won for a guest acting spot on The Big Bang Theory. He appeared in 6 episodes of the hit sitcom. It says starting in 1960, when his comedy monologue recordings became bestsellers, Newhart ushered in a new style of comedy that did not have its roots in the Borscht Belt or vaudeville, but was instead based on observation and psychology. His work opened the door for later wackier comics like Steve Martin. In his deadpan, stammering delivery, as well as in his subject matter, Newhart was quietly subversive, and he touched a nerve both in urban areas and elsewhere. His debut album, The Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart, was the first comedy album ever to hit the top of the Billboard charts, saving the then struggling Warner Brothers Records in the process. And his first 2 albums held the Billboard number 1s and 2 spots simultaneously, a feat unequaled until Guns N' Roses did it with a pair of discs in 1991. George Robert Newhart was born in Oak Park, Illinois, and came to entertain via a circuitous route. Studying at Loyola University in Chicago, he majored in commerce and graduated in 1952 when he entered the U.S. Army. And I'm going to also say this: I am so glad he got to see the Cubs win the World Series in 2016.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. He was a big Cubs fan. But I do have one disagreement in the story. I don't think Steve Martin was much of was influenced much by Bob Newhart. Steve Martin was his own thing, and he never considered himself a comic. He considered himself a performance artist.
Let's see. It says he graduated in 1952 when he entered the U.S. Army. After ending his military service 2 years later, he entered Loyola's law school, but finished out in 1956. He then worked a variety of odd jobs while performing in an Oak Park stock company. And I would also want to say thank you for your service, Mr. Newhart.
Mm-hmm.
Newhart and a friend, Ed Gallagher, recorded some of their conversations and tried to sell them to radio stations. The tapes did not sell, but Newhart's monologues were noticed by Chicago DJ Dan Sorkin, who gave Newhart his first radio job, which lasted only 5 weeks. Bob Sorkin introduced him to the president of Warner Brothers Records, James Conkling, who secured him bookings in Houston nightclub, the Tidelands, and recorded his performances. Live album, The Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart, was an immediate bestseller in 1960, followed by The Button Down Mind Strikes Back and The Button Down and Behind the Button Down Mind. Sorry about that. In addition to Hofo sales, The Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart earned Newhart 3 Grammys in 1961. He won the Best New Artist Prize and Comedy Performance Spoken Word nod, and the LP became the first comedy record to be honored as Album of the Year. In a 2007 NPR story on the success of Newhart's first album, Conan O'Brien described what Newhart did as premise comedy, laying out a scenario at length. No individual line is that funny, but the overall effect is. Jerry Seinfeld is among the comedians who use a similar approach. There was a change that was going on, excuse me, of which part of Newhart told Guy McPherson of the Comedy Couch blog in 2006. There was Mike and Elaine, excuse me, Nicholas and May, Shelley Berman, Mort Saul, myself, Johnny Winters, Lenny Bruce. We weren't doing "Take My Wife, Please" jokes. We weren't doing jokes. We were doing little vignettes. So there was a change in comedy. I mean, we didn't all get together and have a cable or cabal and say, let's change comedy. It was just our way of finding what was funny in the world. Newhart's immensely popular recordings led to guest appearances on the Jack Parr Show, the Gary Moore Show, but for a time, Newhart traveled the country doing one-night gigs, culminating at Carnegie Hall in 1961. That sold-out engagement led to his movie debut in Paramount's comedy Hell is for Heroes. Newhart worked in movies Haunt Millions, On a Clear Day You Can See Forever, Catch 22, Cold Turkey, guested regularly on television and appeared in Las Vegas for the next several years before his hit sitcoms. He tried series television again in 92-93 with the less successful Bob on CBS, and again with CBS, George and Leo, also starring Judge Hurt in 97-98. It goes on to say, in later years, Newhart drew an Emmy nom for playing a librarian, losing his eyesight on ER in 2003, and another nom for 2008 TV movie Curse of the Judas Chalice. Newhart hosted episodes of Saturday Night Live in 1980 and 95, voiced himself on a 1996 episode of The Simpsons, appeared on 17 episodes of The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson between 1966 and 1992, guest hosting 3 times and 5 on the Leno version between 1998 and 2009, appeared as himself in a 2002 episode of Everybody Loves Raymond, and was part of an elaborate gag at the 2006 Emmy Awards hosted by Conan O'Brien before co-presenting the award for comedy. Baron, if you could take over the article real quick.
Oh, yeah. Let me get it called up here.
Okay. I'll post the link in the private chat.
Please do. Yeah, I didn't have anything put up there. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Sorry about that, guys, but okay. Let's see where we're at here. You said that.
Let's see.
Newhart. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, Newhart and a friend, Ed Gallagher, recorded some of their conversation and tried to sell it to radio stations. Forgive me if I sit back and if this is already said. The tapes did not sell, but Newhart monologues were noticed by Chicago DJ Dan Sorkin, who gave Newhart his first radio job, which lasted only 5 weeks. But Sorkin introduced him to the president of Warner Brothers Record, James Conkling, who secured him bookings in Houston nightclub and in the Tidelands, and recorded his performance live album, The Button Down Mind of Newhart, which was actually his one of his first actually being on stage. A guy doing like a nightclub thing. He never did nightclubs until then, so they could get, of course, the audience reaction. That's the best way for a comedian to work up. As we all know, was an immediate bestseller back in 1960, followed by The Button Down Mind Strikes Back and Behind the Button Down Mind. Look those all up, people. Hysterical. In addition to baffle sales, The Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart earned Newhart 3 Grammys. I said 2 earlier, but wow. He won the Best New Artist Prize and the Comedy Performance Spoken Word Nod. And the LP became the first record to be honored as Album of the Year. which was the first time a comedy album did that, by the way.
Wow.
All that.
Okay.
The comedy album never won a Grammy before. So, I mean, Bob Newhart was a trailblazer. And a 2007 story on the success of Newhart's first album, Conan O'Brien described what Newhart did as premise comedy, laying out a scenario at length. No individual line is that funny, but the overall effect is. Jerry Seinfeld is among the comedians who use a similar approach. There was a change that was going on, which I was part of. Newhart told Guy McPherson of the Comedy Couch blog in 2006. There was Mike, Elaine, Nicholas and me, Shelley Berman, Mort Saul, myself, Johnny Winters, and Lenny Bruce. We were doing Take My Wife Please jokes. We weren't doing jokes. We were doing little vignettes. So we already talked about that. Newhart's immensely popular. We in Hell for Heroes. Newhart worked in Hot Millions, On a Clear Day, You Can See Forever, Catch 22, Cold Turkey. Guested regularly on television and appeared in Las Vegas for the next several years before his hit sitcoms. He tried series television again in 1992. Okay, we already told that about George Neal. Of course, in later years, Newhart drew an Emmy nom for playing a librarian losing his sight. Yeah, we already told that. He didn't win that one. Newhart hosted episodes of Saturday Night Live in 80 and 95. Did we talk about this yet? I was getting fixated. Okay.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Okay. Newhart did occasional big screens work in his later years, appearing in and Out, Legally Blonde 2, Red, White, and Blonde, and Elf. The comic was still doing stand-ups in his 70s, performing about 30 nights a year as of 2006. He fought to his delight that the material from his 60s hadn't aged. No, they haven't. That's what's important. You have comedy, right? You do it right, and it's like who's on first. Timeless, is still pertinent today. Even some stuff that Jack Benny and George Burns and Gracie Allen did, the same thing. It's timeless. It's not topical. And I think that's some of the best comedy you can have out there. Newhart did his own comedy special, Off the Record, for Showtime in 1995. I remember that one. That was hysterical. The audience was largely 35 to 40 years old, Newhart told McPherson of the Comedy Couch blog. I reprised some of the original first and second album material, and it worked in exactly the same way it worked the first time. I guess the material is as relevant today. The Abe Lincoln routine is probably more relevant today than it was 40-some years ago. That is a funny one. In his book, I Shouldn't Even Be Doing This, Mixing Reminiscences with Bits of Comedy, was published in 2006. Newhart was inducted to the Academy of Television Arts and Science Hall of Fame in 1993, and the comic won the second Mark Twain Award for Humor presented by the Kennedy Center. By the way, the first one was Richard Pryor, a fellow person from the same state. Presented by the Kennedy Center in 2002 and 2007, the button-down mind of Bob Newhart was chosen as one of 25 entries into the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress. Now, this is impressive but sad. His wife, Jenny, died last year after 60 years of marriage. They didn't put that in there, but they were together for 60 freaking years. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
These articles leave little things out, but I'll give Variety credit for this article. So.
Oh yeah, this article is very good. I mean, there's just so much information. I mean,
right, exactly.
How much more until you start turning it into a novella? He is survived by his children, Robert Jr., Timothy, Courtney, and Jennifer, and 10 grandchildren. And about that Mark Twain Prize Award, when Pryor was dying, Bob met up with him. Richard Pryor said, "Yeah, I stole the button-down mind of Bob Newhart." Bob was thinking, "You stole my material?" And Richard Pryor was like, no, I stole an album. I stole the album back then. Bob Newhart goes, well, I get 25 cents per album for that. Pryor goes to the person who's helping him, goes, hey, come here. Get me a quarter. Guy comes with a quarter, and Richard Pryor hands him a quarter as a way of saying, here's your pay, what you would have gotten back then from me. Which, of course, that playful humor even between them two, great. I mean, and it shows for both of them, even with all the demons Mr. Pryor had, it still shows that good heart in him. And of course, Bob. And let's not get into his best friend Don Rickles. Oh,
dude!
You talk about a comedy duo.
Yeah. Dude, if you don't know about Don Rickles much, or you don't know about Newhart, do yourself a favor and go and watch some old Johnny Carson.
Yeah, or anything with Don Rickles in there. If you don't do it, you're a hockey puck.
Yeah, you hockey puck. And if you're not familiar with Don Rickles, that was his catchphrase.
Yeah.
Don Rickles was so funny that he even made Denzel Washington laugh out loud on Letterman a number of years ago. Oh man.
All right. And now we're moving to the breaking news.
We ought to have a breaking news when they have that breaking news and you see the graphic come across, so he's doing something his parents.
Yes, I will say this. It's an article from you guessed it, one of the articles, the Washington Compost. Yeah, I said it, Washington Post. Fuck you.
Yeah, Compost.
I just did a quick search for it because anytime I posted anything from MSN and that form on Windows, YouTube has thrown a fit about it. So
they have. Oh, my apologies.
What?
No.
Well,
It's not your fault.
YouTube's gonna throw a fit about certain things. Oh, by the way, YouTube, I didn't tell you today. Go fuck yourself. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Let me go back to my thing. Fuck you, YouTube. Fuck you, Mark Hamill. Okay, back to you, Mike.
Even people who are making money for you, YouTube, tell you go fuck yourself. But anyway,
hey, I passed the microphone to Mike for crying out loud. Cash. Back to you, Mike.
So the story just broke, and yes, we are going to talk about it here because it's very important to talk about.
Yeah,
it concerns the future of the country. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
This is from the Washington Post. It was just posted about 9 minutes ago. And it says Biden makes stunning decision to pull out of 2024 race. The president's decision plunges the Democratic Party into an unprecedented scramble to anoint a new nominee at the 11th hour.
And thank you, honey, for letting us know about this. It probably would have come across my little alert down here, but thank you so much.
Yeah, it probably would have. But...
This is by Patrick Sivect. I'm trying, folks. I'm trying. And totally, I can't even pronounce that last name.
Look, just say some dude from the Washington Compost. That'll work.
Yeah. you can say it, but I'm trying to be professional here.
All right, fine.
President Biden has decided he will end his re-election campaign. He said in a statement released Sunday, a decision certain to send shockwaves through the political world following a stumbling debate performance that widely alarmed Democrats about the 81-year-old president's fitness for office and ability to defeat former President Donald Trump. I don't know that it's going to send shockwaves when there are many people, even on the Democratic side, who are saying you need to step down, you need to step out of the race.
From Barack to many others. And I'm sure the one that was keeping him alive in this was Jill. She was enjoying it. And Hunter, because he wants to get pardoned. And he still can get pardoned now.
Yeah, he still can.
What does it matter to Joe right now? He's not running. Excuse me.
And real quick, I do want to say hello to DJ Ronnie G. Good to see you.
Nerd.
Turtles.
What, you sent a message to DJ and not me? I wasn't part of it. Oh, come on, man!
I'll
I'm
try to
hurt.
message you later, Baron. I don't want your feelings to be hurt.
Oh, too late.
Okay.
Okay, let's get serious here, though.
It says here, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term, Biden said in a statement. Biden's exit leaves his party in a virtually unprecedented position with months until November 5th election.
Yep.
Vice President Harris, a former senator from California, would bring her own liabilities to the race if she jumps in. Her approval ratings have largely mirrored the decline of Biden's since 2021, and her own campaign in the 2020 presidential primary fell apart before voting began.
Well,
It was non-existent. Let's face it, it was non-existent.
right. Having her take over running, I know she's going to have a hissy fit. I know she's excited. I know that she's all thinking, "Oh, it's now my turn." But the thing is she was even snubbed here because he's staying in for the rest of his term, just not running no more. And she goes, "Oh my God, this is my chance to become the first woman of color president," and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and there's been rumors. There was a video I saw on X yesterday from Alex Jones saying that it's going to be Hillary stepping in.
A lot of people have been
and
saying
running
that.
for president. Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that because, of course, that's who Barry wanted in there, which of course soured the relationship between Biden and him. And of course, he has no love for Hillary either. So, and vice versa with all of them. They don't like him. So it's an interesting menage a trois they have going on there with
interesting phrasing, but continue.
Well, three,
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, screwing each other and screwing us. So but yeah, I mean, Hillary, I'm sure is on there. I'm sure Gavin Newsom is on that short list, but he's got back.
Boy.
And Hillary's a joke now.
it goes on to say the Democrats' predicament: a candidate dropping out after sweeping mostly unchallenged through the party primaries to become the presumptive nominee is unknown in the modern era. It caps weeks of delicate strategizing by party leaders on how to dislodge Biden, a proudly stubborn figure known to bristle at those who write him off. It signals the conclusion of a remarkable half-century political career that began when Biden won election to the Senate in 1972 as one of the youngest ever senators, and will now conclude in January with his service as the oldest ever president.
So far, yeah. And as it goes, those 50 years in the Senate were unremarkable. Or the time he was in the Senate was, it's like Ted Kennedy would often say that the stupidest member of Senate was Joe Biden, and Joe Biden sunk his own campaign, back in the 80s by plagiarizing a British Labour MP speech, which should tell you something all the way across there. Not just the plagiarizing, but where he was plagiarizing from. He has other than hanging out with Phil McCracken, he's got an unremarkable career. And even as vice president, unremarkable. Because he was shoved to the side. And he knew it. And he was talked out of running by Barry in 2016, which, again, soured it, and Hillary getting in there, and Hillary being Hillary. He thought it should have been him. And then, of course, we had 2020.
I'm trying to remember who it was that said holding the position of vice president is a useless position.
Oh, I said that.
Somebody.
And I was paraphrasing from others. I mean, Theodore Roosevelt thought his career was over when he became vice president under McKinley.
Well,
And the Republican Party was making that way because they figured that would end his political career because half of the Republicans didn't like TR. Kind of like how 2016 was for Trump.
it seems mean to say, but Joe Biden picking him even like as a vice president, you probably the main reason you do it is just to make yourself look better. It sounds mean to say, but I just really believe that Biden was picked by Obama because Obama wanted to make himself look even better. That's just my feeling. I don't care what anybody.
The same thing with Kamala Harris. I mean, she was picked to make Biden look good, and boy, did she do an adequate job because, well, she tried her best, but Joe was doing more damage to himself than she.
Yep. And whatever anybody wants to believe, this is what happens when you just pick check boxes for your administration. This is the kind of nonsense that goes on. Right. These people care more about themselves than the country. And you can argue with me all you want on that, but the results say otherwise.
Well, let's sit back and say he was acting like a freaking king.
Yes.
As Rita said on Sky News Australia just today, that the Democrat Party, that the Democrat Party is the most anti-democracy as anything. As I scream democracy, 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 they refuse to let other people run against him in the primary. They're shoving him off to the side. And of course, he got 94% of the vote for running in the primary in Iowa.
Right.
And everyone was, oh, look at that. Look how popular he got 94 or 98 or something like that percentile in there. But one thing, only 4% of the people casted votes. That is not good.
No.
People were mad that they were shut out. You know, Newsom, RFK Jr., all those that were wanting to have their shot at and having a proper primary were told, no, we're not going to have it. It's going to be Joe. That's placing a king. You're putting a king in there now.
Yep. Because even the Republicans had a debate, and even though Trump wasn't at any of them, for those it doesn't matter. They still had a debate, and once again, I don't think it's fair, and I will continue to say this, that other networks who just trash one party over the other, that they deserve to have any kind of debates. And I'm glad Ramaswamy said what he did to NBC News, and they had a stupid smirk on their face, but you know, it's all part of the clown show.
Well, yeah. I mean, think about it. You know, they're pushing across with Biden. He's not popular. His popularity is even dropping more and more. How can it not be? And the thing is, the fact that they had those, they're not placing a king in there. Trump didn't need to be part of those debates. He was hitting the campaign trail, which he felt was more important. He was right.
Right.
He was getting his word out to the people, and that is a contrast difference. And while he's drawing in thousands of crowds, Biden couldn't fill up a basketball court in high school. No, he didn't. They panned the camera over, and they showed how many people were there. And it's like, even when they're trying to stuff to make it look like there's a lot of people there, even that wasn't working. So I mean,
okay, yeah,
you're excited. You're excited when you go. You should be excited to be going to a rally, having the absolute chance to go to the rally.
Agreed.
And if he was really popular,
and rooting on your candidate. Let's face it, you should be excited to root on your candidate. I don't care what party you're a part of.
Right.
Oh, by the way, Biden was actually finally gracious to RFK Jr. and gave him Secret Service people to watch.
Oh, I think I did hear about that. Yeah, the other day, right? It just happened a few
right.
days ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that long after they took a shot at Trump. And it's like, as you were saying, why doesn't he have it? Because he's running for president. That's the rules. If you're running for president, you have a detachment. It might not be as huge as the other people, but you get a detachment.
Right.
Well, what about all these people making death threats against Trump and even against Biden?
on the air.
That's a felony. That's a felony.
Yeah.
And then you got classy Whoopi Goldberg going after his granddaughter, 17-year-old granddaughter, and she's going after him.
What did
her.
that clown say now? I didn't hear what she said, but what did she say, Baron?
Oh, she was saying that demonizing her for trying to make Trump look human.
Oh, how terrible!
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
no!
But she's it finally hit my ticker that he's dropping out. That's going to be big. And of course, the Democrats they should have had somebody already placed up before this. No, Barry, I'm sure would have had someone lined up. I'm siding with Alex Jones and others. He's not the only one.
No, I'm
sure. The ones that don't wear the tinfoil hats were saying that they're going to put Hillary up against Trump.
And here's the thing: I could see that being announced at the Democratic National Convention next month.
Yeah,
that's really going to be a clown show. I believe that big clown.
Again,
show.
And it's another form of anointing a queen now.
Yep, that's right. And once again, if you before supporting any kind of party, if they're not willing to have debates within their own party, how is that not a red flag for anybody? But whatever.
Big one for me. And again, the Democrats don't have a choice in the matter.
Right.
She's being installed like a toilet. Just like Biden was installed like a toilet.
That's right.
So it's like this should leave for a party that screams democracy, which we aren't, by the way. We're a freaking republic.
Yes,
we've always been a republic.
Yes.
Right. But for someone who screams democracy, 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 in the area where, this is a Democratic vote, because you're all voting for who you want to be the president, they're being slighted on that option now. They can't do it in 4 months.
No.
And that's a shame.
They have to scramble. Yeah, it is a shame, but they put themselves in that situation. They did. I'm a constitutional independent, a constitutional conservative, right?
I'm an independent.
I take the extra step because it's like the Constitution is our law. We follow it. Yeah. And I'm conservative on that. So with that, if the Republicans did the same shenanigans, I'd be all over them.
Yep.
And they weren't
because this looks bad either way.
Yeah,
these are supposed representatives, and they don't have a backup plan already in place.
Yeah, you would have thought Barry did. I think the backup is having Hillary do round 2, and they can use all the sympathy that Trump was so mean to her the last time in 2016 2016. They're wanting to go with some sort of sympathy.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see who they put up, because I can guarantee you they will not put up anybody from the squad. I would be shocked.
I beg to differ. I think they would.
Really?
Really? Who?
Well,
yeah, I think they would be that desperate.
The big booty Latina or what?
No. He doesn't have a big booty. It's a big boobies. Remember Alex Stein? He did like her butt.
No, he said big booty. I think, yeah.
A big booty, yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, go ahead, Mike.
I think it could be AOC.
Yeah. I'm just not sure they would want her, because there's still people who do not like, also within the party, what's the far left. And
they don't like her.
Mm-hmm. And they don't like her attitude about things too, and they think she's so I would be surprised if they picked her, but
and how she talks,
crazy things possible. Yes.
Yeah, how she talks, and basically unintelligible gobbledygook. She's about as bad as Biden and Kamala Harris in that way, where I was just watching Kamala Harris talking about whatever. It was on Sky. Was seen again. Cite the source, Sky News Australia, but it's from something else.
Right.
But she's doing a talk, and it's like, what the hell did you just say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
we are a democracy because we're a democracy, and within a democracy, you have to be democratic, and you have to be a democracy with that. It was
Baron,
that type
stop,
of talk.
stop. My brain's hurting.
Hey, it takes talent. It takes talent for someone who's somewhat intelligent like me. I'm not claiming I'm a big intelligent guy, but even a semi-intelligent person like me, able to talk her way and mock.
The mental
talent.
gymnastics that a lot of the Democratic Party does, and people can disagree with me on that or not, just listen to them. But the mental gymnastics that they do is something. It really is something. So if they picked Hillary, well, what is Hillary going to do? Is she going to start in about talking about deplorables again? If they pick something like Kamala Harris or Cackle Harris or whatever, oh, wait, excuse me, we'll keep it a little bit more professional. Kamala Harris, then won't she just spend a lot of time laughing? Wasn't one of her jobs supposed to be to actually go to the border? Did she ever go to the border? I don't think so. So,
by the way,
yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
Again, it's 4 months to the election.
That's right. It's crazy.
You might as well say three and a half.
Yes, it's crazy.
Three and a half months until the election. How are you going to gain enough support for your new candidate in time?
Yep.
You need, and they need to do a debate. They need to do a debate before that. Who is it going to be? Are they going to be good?
Is they said if Trump was in this situation, I can guarantee he would never have stepped down. Just that's what they'll play. But look at what Biden did. Look at what grace he showed. I can just hear it now from the news, guys. A lot of the news.
I wouldn't say it's grace. Not when his own party members were telling him he need to step down.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. They did an about face when they were first saying, no, he's fine. He's perfectly fine. He's mentally fit to run.
Right.
But then you start getting wind that even members of his own party are saying, I don't think we should go with this guy.
Yep. And all the people who said, oh, I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose him. Oh, really? Then why is people who aren't doctors at all saw the change? Oh, that's right. Because you didn't want to see the change. I get it. Okay. So just admit that. Just admit that. Because remember, even a sack of crap to you people is better than Trump. Even a potato on the side of the street is better than Trump. So,
Well, even this article says Democrats' process for finalizing their nominee will be hurried, untested, and fraught with deep uncertainty and the potential for further intra-party turmoil. The Democratic National Convention is in 4 weeks in Chicago. Although Democrats had initially planned to formally nominate Biden in a virtual roll call before the in-person gathering.
Again, that right there is trying to install somebody as a king. Virtually.
Right, or a queen, as you said. Yes.
Our queen, yeah. But I'm just talking about Biden. They had all worked up. We're going to do it virtually. What? No, you do it at a convention. And it'll be interesting to watch the DNC convention. I will watch it. Yeah, I want to see the contrast between the two.
Right.
I do as well.
There's definitely going to be a number of celebrities coming out, just like there was last year, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, just like Trump did.
I think regardless of what party you support, you should watch the DNC convention, just like there are those who watched this past week's RNC convention, just to hear what the other side has to say, how the other side's going to play off certain things.
Yeah,
I was going to watch it anyways, but now I'm really going to watch it because I want to see. I want to see
the clown show. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's beyond clown show. It's a shit show.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's gotten even worse. But I thought clown show still fits it well, Baron. But all right, we'll go with yours.
It would have been a clown show if Biden was there, but with them on a ship that has no star to steer by right now, it's going to be a shit show. I don't think it's going to be as energetic.
I was going to say it's a ship without a rudder.
Haven't they also talked about Whitmer and some of these other people stepping in before as well? I'm sure they have.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, look at the thing underneath the Washington Post. Democracy dies in darkness. Washington Post, fuck you.
Washington Compost. I'm not going to just call them what they are, man. Compost. Yeah. That's usually what they are, just like a lot of media sites, unfortunately.
But they're not holding punch. Well, they're kind of holding back a little bit, but They are doing some punches against Biden because even they are disgusted.
Yes, they are. They have to. Even the late night leaders or whatever, the
It-
late night
it's
people
gonna,
have
it's
to.
gonna come out, even if he is your quote unquote guy, you're still gonna have things to say about your guy that he
Right.
screwed up. Let's face it. Doesn't
Mhm.
matter. Again, it doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent. If
Right.
Joe Biden's your guy, you're gonna still see things that aren't perfect, but it's gonna happen the other way too.
I mean, and it's unfortunate to say this because he is in hospice, but for some reason he's holding on. Jimmy Carter can now pass away in peace, knowing that Biden was even worse than him, much worse, because no one told Carter to step down.
No,
except for one person, Biden.
Well, remember when the first lady, when she passed away,
Mhm.
there were some people saying that he would probably fall shortly after, and I did say here on Pop Talk, I said, "Oh, I don't believe that. I believe he's strong enough willed. Well, he'll carry on."
See, I was one of those that was saying that he'd pass away shortly after because a lot of times that's what naturally happens, especially with a close relationship that those two had. And she was a very gracious first lady. She really was, Rosalind. It's like, these are materials that you want to have with a first lady. Is her. Even Barbara Bush, our Laura Bush, they were all gracious first ladies.
They were. There's no doubt
Mhm.
about that. And they tried to turn those people into demons. Of course they did, but yeah.
And they never tried to become political. They're doing the first lady's job. And one of the jobs is obviously standing next to the man. But other than that, they'd go out and do the typical, stuff that a first lady would do, talking about certain little causes like going encouraging kids, going out encouraging others, and such. And nothing wrong with that. That's the first lady's job. But even Melania.
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 Thank you. I always have a hard time talking. She was a very gracious first lady.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at how she presented herself too.
Yes.
I mean, each one had their own way of presenting themselves, and they were all great ways that they presented themselves. And we can't say that about Dr. Jill, a woman who told the United States Marine Corps to have a pomp and circumstance for her being the first lady pomp and circumstance. It's like, no. You're the first lady. You don't get that.
No.
I mean, you're very important. Don't get me wrong, but you're not a co-president. You're just the first lady. But I think she's thinking, I'm running the country now, because Joe's in his states. I'm calling shots. I'm attending meetings that she shouldn't be part of. Same thing with Hunter. Hunter wanted Daddy to keep on going because he wanted to be clear of all his charges, which I'm sure he's going to get a pardon now. What does it matter? Biden's DOA. DOA, political-wise, not health-wise. I'm not wishing that. But his political career is DOA. And so he has nothing to lose.
This is the final chapter in his political
Yeah.
career. After he steps out of the White House for the final time in January, he'll be retired and living who knows where.
Well, he's going to be living next door to Phil McCracken. They're going to go down to the Dairy Queen and have ice cream together, soft serve, and all that. So Phil's got his buddy back. I know he's been missing him. But in all seriousness, this is a sad way to end your political career.
It is.
It is. I agree.
Just like Mondale, who virtually won all of his elections until 1984 against Reagan, they threw him in for a senatorial one to fill in for, I think it was Paul Wellstone, and he lost by a huge margin. And again, what a sad way for his career to go out. This is even worse. You're stepping down because everyone's telling you to. The only other president we really had that was LBJ when everybody told him not to run again. And he knew he was going to get re-election. So he opted not to. But he did so much in advance that they were able to get Bobby to run. Unfortunately, he had a little incident with Sirhan Sirhan, and it became Hubert Horatio Humphrey.
Yeah. Yeah, and the art. I was just gonna continue to read the article, if that's okay. And
yeah, go. Sorry. We were on topic, but we got off the article. Go on. Back to you, Mike.
It says the president will leave office with notable accomplishments, especially for a one-term president in an era of deep division. He pushed through bills on infrastructure, climate change, healthcare, gun control, and the semiconductor industry. He pulled the U.S. out of Afghanistan, but that was botched. That's not an accomplishment when it's botched.
Of course.
When it was started by Trump, and he had a plan, and they didn't follow that plan afterwards. And how many Americans got murdered?
Oh my gosh! Give me a break.
How many citizens over there of ours got murdered? How many people that were working for us over there that were Afghanis got murdered? And look at those people falling from planes because they're trying to get out of there too. They're grabbing onto the wheel and they can't hold on and they fall off. As the I don't know if it was the C-17 or what, the smaller version that we have, but watch them fall to their death because they wanted to get out because they knew that they were in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Good job. Trump at least gave a very good threat. He talked about it. He cleaned it up because of Franklin Graham being in the audience. But he told the Taliban guy they're going when our troops were being shot at. He goes, if one more of our guys get murdered, we're coming after you. I can't remember. He used uncouth language. We're going to fucking kill you, I think is what he said. The translator was all in the gas, and he goes, no.
That
tell
actually
him.
Happened. Yeah, that's crazy.
Tell him. So, Trump actually cleaned it up a little bit and changed it, but for for the audience. And then he pulls out the picture and shows the guy's house.
Yeah.
And that drove the point home. And nothing happened since then until Biden got in with his botchery. Remember, no serviceman died under his watch. He said that. And his botchery killed many of our soldiers, 7, I believe. And of course, when they came back, he's just looking at his watch. Fuck you, Washington Post. You should have been much clearer about that. And fuck you, Biden, for that.
It also says he rebuilt American alliances and led a coalition to defend Ukraine against Russia. His staunch support for Israel in the Gaza war, however, sparked commendation at home and abroad.
That's bullshit, too.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing both sides. He was pissing off both sides. Because why? He had people in the Democratic Party that are just venomous for Hamas. How dare you, Hamas? How dare you go against Palestine? There's many of them that are in the Democratic Party, probably most of them. And of course, then he starts tempering that and going after Israel, and of course, he's pissing off I'm having a hard time saying
Netanyahu.
You all right?
Thank you so much.
Check what you've been drinking, man. It's okay.
Actually, I'm drinking a cola to get my caffeine, but I don't
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yes.
Yeah. He starts pissing him off in the Israelis and the people who are pro-Jew, are pro-Israel, that are in the party. So he's stuck there, and he's playing double. He's playing both fields. So don't tell me his staunch support for Gaza.
Hold on, I'm just saying hello to Amanda Denisovs, who's in the chat. I believe she's on Cash's side.
Yep.
It's
hello.
Armands. Armands.
Mm-hmm.
I get to correct for once. Yay! I'm not the only one. I feel better now.
You did
I'm
it.
sorry.
You had to correct
I
my.
apologize.
So good, dude. Yeah.
I apologize. I looked at it real quick.
Oh,
That's
do
my
it
bad.
properly. Do it properly. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it the Picard way. I'm not doing it the Picard way.
Oh man.
I'll do that though because I seem to do it pretty good.
So it says many Democrats consider Biden's June 27th presidential debate against Trump shocking and catastrophic, as Biden sometimes struggled to complete sentences or marshal his thoughts. The president and his aides insisted he was staying in the race, liking the moment to other occasions in his long career when he had been counted out. But a combination of dire polls, skittish fundraisers, and Democratic defections ultimately made the president's position untenable.
Oh, let's touch that one there. Let's touch the level of treason on this one. Dr. Jill flies to Paris for a fundraiser.
You're not supposed to do fundraisers in a foreign land. That is
Even
against
if,
that is against
the rules.
policy.
Yeah, and that even goes to people who are in this country that are not citizens. People like Patrick Stewart and others. At least I think Patrick Stewart didn't do that because he realized what trouble he could get him for doing it. William Shatner doesn't. He tries to be as apolitical as possible. His heart in many ways is still with Canada. He's not even a citizen of the United States. But he enjoys and loves the United States and loves us.
And it says, undergirding Democrats' urgency to replace Biden is the fear of another Trump presidency, which many in the party believe would be uniquely destructive. Sorry.
Yeah. Like we have to sit back and say Biden has unified the United States. Look at the poll number. Look at the numbers out there. I mean, he unified, but not the way he wanted. But then they sit back and say, "Oh, it's so horrible out there. We're so divisive." No, not really.
If anything, after the events of last Saturday, it's unified people even more.
Yeah. It got those that might have been hanging on the fence fired up because no one likes to see someone like that having be assassinated, or in this case, attempted assassination. It fires people up a little bit more that were on the fence, you might say.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump got a lot of that.
Yeah.
If they were smart, they would go to RFK and say, "Will you please take over?"
They might. You never know.
Right. And that would be
that's one of the things you have to take into account. You got to take into account any possibility, no matter how far-fetched it may be.
And yes, that is on my possibility list. And maybe that's the reason why he got Secret Service protection, because they'll announce that he is going to be taking over.
Mm-hmm.
And I love to see a RFK Jr. Trump debate. I would love to see that.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's going to be a bloodbath. I'm going to say it's going to be interesting.
No.
Yes.
At least when you have that split screen, you're not going to be seeing the drooling zombie look of Biden like they did with the debates. I'm surprised they even did that. Doing that split thing. And of course, when Biden's saying that Trump is yelling out things, he wasn't. It was Biden that was yelling out things.
Yep.
I think only one time
we heard it. We heard it
Trump
during the
said that.
debate.
Yeah, I think only one time Trump said something, and of course he was off mic, and I think it was going after the fact that Trump said that about the soldiers and it's like I would bristle too because it's a lie. That what he said was a lie. Only one person said that he did that. A disgruntled general who got kicked off
Mhm.
out of there afterwards, after that event took place. But the other 14 generals sat back and said, no, he never said that. I think I trust the 14 over the one disgruntled pain in the ass.
It goes on to say, in abandoning his re-election campaign, Biden joins two other incumbent presidents in modern history who chose not to seek re-election: President Harry S. Truman in
Yeah,
1952 and President Lyndon B. Johnson, which you mentioned earlier, Baron,
yeah.
in 1968.
Yeah, I forgot that about Harry Truman. That's when they put twice. I just had the name on my tip of my tongue, but yeah, the intellectual one. He was far, and he did that because he was talking down because he was so freaking smart. That's how Eisenhower won twice.
Mhm. Those presidents' announcements, however, came months earlier and gave their party far more time to regroup for the general election. Even so, Democrats lost both elections. Also, Truman and Johnson had both already served more than one term, having come to office upon the death of their predecessor. Truman taking office after Franklin Delano Roosevelt's death in 1945 had completed nearly 2 full terms.
Mm-hmm.
Voters have long told pollsters they were concerned about Biden's age. It was even an issue in his 2020 campaign, but the debate was an inflection point, releasing a wave of Democratic anxiety that the Biden campaign had previously been able to keep in check.
Now, again, sorry. Again, going back to LBJ, like Biden, all the people in the Democratic Party were telling him not to run again, and he at least graciously did not. I have to sit back and say that. I thought the guy was scum, utter scum, corrupt, but he had the grace to listen to the party and not run and not make a big deal about it.
Mm-hmm.
Not like Biden is. He's like kicking and screaming like a little child not getting that candy bar in the checkout counter.
Goes on to say Biden's advisors had hoped to use the early debate to focus voters' attention on Trump's record and policies, but the plan backfired spectacularly.
Yeah.
For much of the roughly 90-minute event, Biden spoke in a raspy voice, struggled to find his words, and gave meandering answers on even issues that played to his strengths, such as abortion rights. Biden and his aides quickly acknowledged that the performance was disappointing, but they downplayed it as a bad night and said the president had a cold.
Which he did not have.
No,
he did not have, because
it wasn't jet lag like he was claiming to.
Yeah, because that was more than 7 days before he got back. I mean, it's going to take 7. It was more, but I'm just going to say 7 days. 7 days, you're still suffering from jet lag as you're being prepped in an aircraft hangar for that whole week for the debate.
Well, I'm
1 week out of the sight of the public practicing for debate, and he still did what he did. I just want to point that out. Be a little bit more accurate.
They can't be, dude.
Rodney's not old enough. Rodney's only in his 20s.
No, it should be McCracken Cash.
No, that's all right.
No, McCracken money.
No,
2024.
no, it's fine. No.
Get me my Buster Bars, bitch.
Phil and his buddy Joe. Joe can become VP again. Can he? I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but
he could, because he could. Well,
okay.
he could go because he only served 1 term as a president.
Okay, got it.
And being that the vice president has the ability to take over if something happens to the president, that would be like a 2nd term for him. So he could fall in there. A president can only be in office for 2 terms, which is 8 years, or 12 years.
It used to be
over.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I knew about, of course, the 2 terms and stuff, but I wasn't sure.
At one point, it was 3 terms.
That's true.
Well,
yeah.
no, we never had that.
Wait, did we?
No, we never had that. It was up to FDR. There was no rule
Okay.
stating that you only run for more than 2 terms. And the reason why is they're paying homage to George Washington, who refused to run again for a 3rd term because they were wanting him to run a 3rd term. He said, no.
They
2 terms
wanted
is
him.
enough.
Okay, so it's never been
All right,
official
so-
that we've had. Okay, got
My
it.
bad. My bad.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you had
No,
12
that's
years,
good
yeah,
information.
12 years of 12 years of FDR, it was kind of to the breaking point. No, we can't do that. You're now getting a king in there. You don't want a king in there. Of course, his passing away stopped him from doing anything more. But that also, when he passed away, gave when that came about, it still gave Truman the ability to be in there for the 12 years, because it was at that point that when Frank FDR died, that it wasn't quite 2 years.
Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking about, Baron.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I know things. Woo!
I know things too, but it's all.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm not
in
saying
the
you
mind
don't.
and trying to get it out and sort out the right information, not
Oh yeah.
say the wrong information.
Oh, I know. You're very, very smart. Smarter than me, man. But I was just saying that a dummy like me knows that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, ooh, even I know that. Ooh, I'm a dummy. I'm an SMRT, and I still know that.
Wow, Baron,
I thought it was SMERT.
SMRT?
SMERT.
Okay. I am so
Smirt.
Smirt. Yeah,
Smirt.
yeah. SMRT. 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 And that was a flub. And they kept it in. They thought that was great. Dan Castanella actually did that by accident and they had a flub. And it's like, oh, we're keeping this.
That's awesome.
So it goes on to say Biden and his aides quickly acknowledged that the performance was disappointing, but they downplayed it as a bad night and said the president had a cold. That did little to appease Democrats who viewed the performance as reflecting a far deeper problem and had already been on edge about his chances against Trump, who has led in many battleground state polls. A remarkable rebound from his disgraced exit from office 4 years earlier. Let's see. I'm not going to read the rest of this.
No,
And that's bull. And then, of course, they had to throw that bullshit in.
of course they had to throw. They always throw that bullshit in.
If,
It's Washington
anybody
Compost.
wants
Can't
to
expect anything
read
less.
the rest of the article, I will put the link to the article in the chat. But
Yeah, this is a long article.
yeah. That's why I'm not going to read the rest of it.
And it's going to start getting into bullshit.
Of course.
Breathing. I just kind of looked a little bit ahead, and
It's the
and,
compost. What
how
do you
great
expect?
he was. Yeah, he was a scrappy underdog in 72.
From a certain point of view, maybe he was. From a certain point of view, always keep that in mind.
But everybody on the Senate had the same opinion of Biden. He's the dumbest one we have on. I mean, I'm serious. Ted Kennedy said that. And, between drinks and sexually harassing women. But that was, that's telling. And of course, again, Biden was going out there in 1980 screaming that Carter shouldn't run again. And he wanted to run. So, you're what you sow, you reap, Mr. Biden. What you sow, you reap. And congratulations. You're getting that pushback even harder than you were trying to do against Carter. And at least Carter will pass away knowing that he is not the worst president ever.
And thank you to the person that left a downvote. Thank you very much. Any kind of interaction
Phil.
helps.
It's Phil.
But topics like this are important, and just because we talk pop culture doesn't mean we can't break away and talk actual news, because this is actual breaking news.
Yeah. And thank you to the long suffering for letting us know faster than the ticker told us. I mean, there really wasn't anything out yet for articles. That's the only thing I saw was that one from MSN that I put in. But I'm glad you were able to find more of it because they're all rushing to get that out.
Yeah, they're all rushing to get it on their sites and posted, and
Mhm.
either copy and paste word for word
Yeah.
from one source, or actually add their own thoughts and opinion.
Mhm. I think I don't mean to try to help them, but I think the best choice would be RFK Jr. because he does have a little bit of a ground, even though he doesn't have much right now because he was the third choice in all this as an independent between two powerhouses. This is
He does
They
have
won't-
support from people.
He has
can't
some
ignore it.
support, but the main Democrats do not want him because, especially his stance on COVID. So I'd be shocked if they picked him. Shocked.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I mean, other than Hillary and maybe Gavin Newsom, who else are they going to go for?
I guess Whitmer is a possibility.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a surprise who they pick. That's why I'm throwing RFK Jr. in. So I think it's RFK Jr., Hillary.
I mean,
not Kamala.
The rumor, Michelle Obama too. That's been rumored for a while.
Yeah, but I don't think she wants it. I really don't. But
And really, right now they try to say about she's the only one who can beat him. No, even in the Democratic polls that they have for her, she's low. She's low.
the scramble they're going to have to do in the next few months is going to be something. That's for sure.
Oh, not just the next few months, Cash. The next few days, next few weeks. Remember,
Yeah,
the
I
DNC
know.
convention is next month.
See,
Yeah,
And,
I got
and
that.
the danger of putting RFK Jr. in there, they're not going to have a puppet.
Right.
They want a puppet in there.
Right.
And
Because
Hillary
RFK is somebody who would actually go down to the border. I believe that.
Yeah. They want a puppet or one of the puppet masters, Hillary, because she and Obama are working behind the scenes, as people say. This is by Obama's third term. Yeah, I can see them wanting to do Michelle in because then it would be again Obama's fourth term. Barry's, that is. And yeah, they want to put a puppet in there. That's why AOC would be one of the choices because they know they can play her. I don't think they can play Kamala Harris, and she's an idiot. I think she's going to be passed over, and she's going to be pissed. It'll be interesting what she says if that happens. Really.
I'm sure we're going to find out in the next few days, next few weeks.
Right. I mean, it could be Kamala, but I sincerely doubt it.
Yeah.
Or should I say, Mamela or whatever, as Drew Barrymore was simping for her. Oh, you're our mom. You're our mother. Oh, I want to hug you.
Gosh.
Yeah, I kneeled before Dylan Mulvaney, and I was kind of hoping that I could reach under the skirt and give a
Mamala, wasn't it? Oh,
yeah, Mamala, yeah.
Oh God.
I mean, the horrid simping. I mean, you had people that were there. You obviously knew that the person they were talking to was on their side, but they're much more gracious. They're much more. What would you say? Gracious is not quite the word, but diplomatic. Much more. They kept their control. Let's put it that way. They didn't start gushing over her and like they were, because it really lowers your ability to be a talk interviewer if you do shit like that, because it's like no, you have to be a little bit more dignified doing this. And I realize Drew Barry,
and I realize this, Phil. I'm just trying to throw out names, throw out possibilities, hypotheticals, and some that may not even be hypotheticals anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You got to put all the cards on the table, no matter how ridiculous it might be, right? You still got to put it on there. That way you're not really blindsided if that lower chance card does come into play.
Yeah, because...
And then and you still... Sorry. Go.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, really, who are they going to pick? Okay, can Hillary beat Trump? Well, I mean, how did that go in 2016? That's all I'm saying.
She
Can
thinks she can.
oh, of course she can. Of course she thinks she does. Michelle probably doesn't want it. I don't see that.
No.
Who else? Let's see. Whitmer might want it. Newsom now might want it. Before he was all like, I'm always going to support Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Okay, but he may want it. But I look at that party overall, the leadership, and I think who else could, what could they say that actually would have a chance of beating Donald Trump? And it's not about loving Trump or not. I'm just making a general question here. Yeah.
Well,
No, Phil, I do not want anything to do with Mussolini. Yeah, I said it. YouTube, fuck yourself. Anyways,
well,
yeah.
Well, the thing with Mussolini, as you call him, the thing is, as people inside the party sit back and say, he's got the looks, but he looks like a used car salesman. But he's a blithering idiot when it comes around to trying to do public speaking and such, and even debate. So all they're going to be doing is putting up a nice, good-looking puppet if they have that. I think Barry's choice would be Hillary because even though those two don't necessarily like each other, they work together and they know how to work together, and it's to both of their beneficial.
Yes, and that, remember, everybody out there, that woman deserves to be president. Why? And these are her words, pretty much. She's a woman. So there you go. Yeah.
She wants to be the first woman president so bad.
Because your gender or your sex or whatever, that should be the main reason that you deserve to be president. Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Well, in that case, I'm a fat idiot. I should be president. I represent a lot of America.
I was going to say the three of us should run for office, or 2 out of 3 should run for office, and 1 should be a cabinet member. And
that's right.
Right.
Look, and then we can all identify as a transformer. It's fine,
I do identify as a transformer, Cash. Have you forgotten? I identify as a transformer, you fool.
I opened a Pandora's box.
I identify as Megatron, leader of all Decepticons.
I'm Starscream.
Silence, Starscream, you blithering oath.
Yeah. I'd love to see that at a convention. Mike and me debating each other as Starscream and Megatron.
You know what? Megatron Starscream is probably a better choice.
Yeah.
Listen up, puny flesh creatures. When I become your president, I will take all the energy from your country and form it into energon cubes for myself and my fellow Decepticons.
Oh my gosh, scary.
Make Decepticons great again.
This came through too, LA Times. Harris in driver's seat for presidential nomination. Biden endorses her. Right there. He just gave her the kiss. It's like when the Godfather gives that kiss of death. And you know that, when you walk down that hallway, or you wonder why there's plastic on the floor, or why there's a different click when you start the car, just moments before it goes boom.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
He just Godfathered her politically. That is.
Hey, can I?
He did just Godfather.
The Godfather. Can if you really want to answer that question that Padawan be presented to you, you can, but I don't mind answering it either, Mike. So.
All right, let me go ahead and read it. What's your feeling on the whole Caitlin Clark controversy? What do you think of her impact, or how other players have targeted her? I'd rather not discuss it.
Okay, if you don't want to, that's fine. Then I won't say my 2 cents on it.
Well, I'll just throw this 2 cents in. She doesn't have name recognition. Not many people know her or know about her other than that stuff. She would be weak to be a candidate. If that's what you're asking.
If that's what are you just asking about? I'm guessing I thought you were just asking about her playing Padawannabe. I don't know if you're actually asking her as a person who would be good for office. I don't because if you're going to ask about her playing, I mean if you don't mind me answering that question, Mike.
Go ahead.
She is the main reason why the WNBA is actually getting recognition now. She is the main reason. And unfortunately, I don't want to get into too many political things, but they don't like her because, unfortunately, well, it sucks to say this, but
that's why I don't want to talk about it. It opens up another whole other can of worms.
It opens up another can of worms. But the fact is that she is the reason why they are getting more money. The other players, she is the reason. She is a one-in-a-lifetime talent. There's no doubt. She's a humbled woman. She gives credit to her other teammates that I have seen. And okay, it's just a sports.
Just the sporting part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Just sporty part. I think what's happening to her is downright terrible.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because you have these other players who are jealous.
Yes.
You shouldn't be jealous. You should, help her along to adapt to the WNBA.
Yeah.
And you should also learn from her to be gracious, and she can learn things from you.
Yep. And I've had this discussion with Phil. Unfortunately, this is also a race thing, just like what happened with Larry Bird. I had forgotten some of that actually because I was quite young when that went on. But this is unfortunately one of those situations, and hopefully they'll wake up, including sports media, a lot of the sports media, because there's been ESPN people too, including Stephen A. Smith and some other people, unfortunately. And I say that it's annoying because first of all they're willing to defend her, then they're willing to throw her under the bus because I guess they're worried they might lose their job. So what is it, guys? But this is the reality is, and whatever people want to believe, and it may hurt some people's feelings, but Caitlin Clark has made the WNBA relevant. The only reason the WNBA is surviving is because of the NBA. Go figure. But it's true.
But isn't that what you want as a sports organization?
Yeah.
When you have a star rookie,
yes,
propelling to stardom like Caitlin Clark is,
yes,
don't you want that recognition? So not only does the team that she's playing for, the franchise that she's playing for, get the revenue because of her playing ability, but other teams get the revenue because she's going to be playing against those teams.
That's right. She's bringing in more money that these people have been wanting for years and years and years. But because of a race thing, exactly, they don't like it. Now, if it was the opposite way and it was a different race, then it would all be hunky-dory with all the media and all that. I wish that wasn't true, but unfortunately it is. Yes.
Well, the problem they all have, and it shows, because she's far better than
she's really good.
Brittany Griner, who got
absolutely,
who was stupid when she and basically she earned her spot to be jailed for but what she was doing, because again, other people's countries, other people's laws.
Look, however you feel.
But the thing is,
go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just to finish up on that, she's not a DEI. She's not.
She's not.
She got there by talent.
Right.
And she has talent.
She has talent.
Like Mike says, she's giving recognition to the WNBA that they sorely need.
Yep. And even
you bring in the viewers, you get higher money. They will all benefit from this because as they get more viewers, their pay goes up. All of them.
That's right. They get more perks. They get more this. They're all so.
Advertisers.
The sad thing is, if they do continue to target her, Padawannabe, and she does get hurt for a period of time, watch how the ratings and the money starts dropping, because that's exactly what will happen.
Yeah, she should be on the Olympic team. Who, by the way,
she should.
By the way, the Olympic team got their asses handed to them by the WNBA. They had a game against each other.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, and guess who won? The WNBA. That really gives me hope that we're going to come back with a medal.
With a gold medal?
Any medal.
You want to send your best players. I don't care if they're male. I don't care if they're female.
Yeah, you want to send
You want to send your best players to represent your country in the Summer Olympics, Winter Olympics. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Send your best.
I am worried that Paris is going to become more of a shit show than even Tokyo, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, the thing is
I just have this
keep
feeling.
we keep on trying to send people and doing political messages instead of what they should be doing. Playing a freaking game.
That's right.
We'll probably have more dignity from the hip hoppers, break dancers, than
we might.
People. Yeah, I mean it's odd. As much as we sit back and say it should be part of it, they might actually they may actually present us better in there.
Yeah, should be a sport in the Olympics, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a sport. I'm just saying it's happening, right? So it's going on that basis, and I think we will truly be well represented by them because why? They're young, they're hungry, and they're proud, and now they got their chance to shine.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
They're starting.
We'll try
Mike and I had a fight.
Comment.
Yeah, because Phil is.
But they're starting to, Phil, because
more
of Caitlin
people
Clark.
are
Yeah.
because they can fill the arena because they want to see this woman. They like the fact, including me, that she's humbled. Even when she lost in college in the championship games both years, very humbled lady. She took defeat. There's still people in sports that can't take defeat. There was even a player, what was it? The USC quarterback who was crying after a game in his mom's arms. Now, some people would feel like, grow up, dude. Defeat is part of sports. It is.
Well, as good old Howard Cosell would say, the agony of defeat.
The agony. Yes. He was amazing.
I mean, let's also look at it like this. You have a star rookie come up in Major League Baseball, and he's coming to your town. You want to see that rookie, don't you?
See, I'm not going to watch the WNBA because it's a women's sport. I just hate basketball. I don't like basketball.
That's fine.
But when it comes to rookies, I mean, back in '91, we had a sensational rookie. His name was Chuck Knobloch. The first time I saw him play, which was one of the first times he played for the Twins, because he was moved from one team to the other. They didn't even have they photoshopped the color out of the previous team. They didn't have time to put the Twins logo our jersey on when they popped his picture up. And I saw that game for the first time. It's like, damn, this guy is good, and really drew me in. Of course, that's the year that we went from worst to first. And Chuck Knobloch always gave his best on the field. He did other stupid things that started to get people not so enamored with them.
Yeah, especially off the field.
Yeah. And when he moved to was it the Rangers? We went to that he got traded to. He started getting that arrogance out, and it's like, no, don't do that. But the thing is, as a rookie, he was a fantastic player, and for the years he played for the Winds. Really.
Yeah, unfortunately, with sports, like you go back to the 90s, it was just a different sport back then from basketball, baseball, and unfortunately, I just said that, but things have been a bit tainted. I still think baseball is a great sport, but it's been a bit tainted. I can't say it hasn't. Hockey, on the other hand, even their playoff structure is still the same, but baseball, basketball has changed. Football has changed. I don't know if it's for the better. I don't personally think it is.
Right. And the thing is I'll say this right now. I miss watching the Twins. I miss watching professional baseball because of what they did to themselves. It's like
with the '94 strike.
That hurt a lot.
That was yes. And then of course now with these new rules they have in there, like I said, it should have been reversed. They should have made the American League have the pitcher bat. I would love to see that. That's one of the things I like watching National League in the day.
You like
And
to
of
see
course,
the pitcher bat, right?
I
Yeah.
like
Me too.
seeing the pitcher help his own cause.
and
I don't care if the pitcher gets a hit. If he's able to move a guy from first to second or second to
Yeah.
third on a bunt,
Yeah.
then he's doing his job.
That's right, doing the job
Right.
or getting a big hit, or even like when Kershaw hit that home run against the Giants a number
Yeah.
of years ago.
I mean,
just to see
I
that
think
as a
about
pitcher.
the 2016 division series between the Cubs and the Giants, and this was game 2 of the division series. And you know, Kyle Hendricks is removed from the game because he has a comebacker come and hit him in the forearm. Luckily, it wasn't on his pitching hand, but still, they took him out of the game. Travis Wood comes in, and in relief, and then in his first at bat, he hits a home run to left field.
Yeah, those were exciting moments. And when people will say, some people on ESPN and other places, other people in general are like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Like, of course it should matter. I liked the NL, being an NL person, a fan of the NL, that they had, it was different than the AL. The
Hey,
AL
Phil,
had the DH
Phil,
before. Yeah.
about your justice for the DH, I have something to say to you.
oh,
How about no?
he's being nice because we like you, Phil. Because we like you, we're not giving that typical response we give to like Mark Hamill and others. But
Right.
you are pushing it a little bit. You're just pushing it a little. Well, again, I'm going to go back to Knobloch, right? Knobloch was not a power hitter. He did not really do many home runs. What he was
No, he
an
didn't.
expert at, and they used him right.
Contact
Yeah,
hitting was his specialty.
Right. He was able to bring in runners, and that was the important thing. So it's not whether you can hit home runs. Can you get players in?
Yeah.
Right?
Can
Yeah,
you
home run
drive
would
a
be
runner
fantastic.
in? Say you got a guy standing at first. Knobloch's up at the plate, and he hits a double to left center, right center field.
Usually it was left. Yeah.
I know it was usually left, especially him batting left-handed.
Yep.
But he hits that double. You get a guy on first who gets a good jump off of first. He's around the bases and scoring all the way from first on that hit.
Yeah. And if he's on second, if you have second and third people on those, you
2
got a
runs.
double. 2 runs. Yeah. He might be out, but he got other people in, and that was important. What his strengths were, and I saw that with him on his rookie. It was like you can see that talent, and you go with that talent. This young lady on the Caitlin Clark, people can see what her talent is. She should be on the Olympic team.
She should.
It is a slight. It is an insult that she's not on there. Because
but the way she takes it, as she's pointed out, I'm just going to work harder. They'll probably put her on the Olympics team next time, but this is just ridiculous. And so it's jealousy, I believe. She deserves to be on the Olympic team because of what she brought to the sport. And the ratings would go way up for the women's Olympics team, the USA women's Olympics team, if she was on the team. I am sure of that. But this pettiness, as we see a lot of this in the world, unfortunately, the jealousy, same thing, is holding these people back, and that's why there's been.
Don't give Major League Baseball any ideas, Phil.
No,
about
don't,
adding
Phil.
a
We
little
talked
bit.
about this, Phil. Please. The reason they did this in college is to go cheaper. I had to look into that, but it's just you do your research and you find out these things, and those people are, unfortunately, a lot of the NBA players can be, as well as the WNBA, and I would say they're worse, are spoiled brats. And they should come all together with Caitlin Clark. It doesn't matter who it was, who's a one-in-a-lifetime talent, because I believe she is, in that sport, and say, wow, thank you, Caitlin. But they'll say, oh, we thank her, but it's not fair that we're not getting the attention because we don't thing. And you see them also during press conferences, and some of them are acting like spoiled brats. So why do they deserve to get the
You
attention?
could also say some of them are acting like spoiled brats with what's going on between the Democrats and the Republicans right now.
Absolutely. Yes.
I deserve this. It's the
Thank you
entitlement.
for the raid, Fat Steven, over on Rumble. Appreciate it, brother.
Oh, hey, Fats, how you doing,
hey,
man? How you doing, man?
Hello, Wolverine. Good to see you, brother.
I gotta say, I love Fats. I really do. I enjoyed being a co-host with him. I'd like to work with him on other projects if he'd have me. But I would just sit back and say I love Fat Steven. He's a one of a kind YouTuber. He's one of the best out there, honestly.
Why are we shouting? Why not?
Right, seriously.
Come on. Steven! Steven, dude! Steven!
Oh,
Yo,
man.
Steven! What up, bro?
That's great.
And hello, Alpha Zero Omega.
Hey, I should have my Rumble side up. I should have my Rumble side up.
I want people to always know is that you've got to do your research on a lot of this stuff, especially if you're going to talk about the topic. You need to do your research, because if you don't and people find out your information is wrong, you're going to look like an idiot.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are good players in the WNBA, but they suffered because they didn't have the respect the other leagues have.
Right.
The male ones. Some of that had to do with them and their attitude. But this was your chance to get that respect with her. You should be, don't kiss her butt. She doesn't want that.
No, she doesn't.
She just wants the proper recognition, the proper one. If she did good, obviously, yeah, she would like to have the praise. If she has that loss, she's gonna go over why did we go wrong, right? But it's not going to be me.
No.
And she's shown that many times. That gives legitimacy. It gives legitimacy. You're ruining your chance of having legitimacy by having a bunch of squawking entitled witches there.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, witches on there. And that's what's hurting you, especially Brittany Griner or whatever the hell her name is.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, and there's been some great players since the WNBA has started. But the problem is that a lot of people just were not taking to them. And what you're seeing now, you can understand. But somebody like Caitlin Clark and the way she's humbled, the way she plays the game, they like this. And this is why the ratings and why the Fever, which is the team that she's on, is popular. And they may even end up, they've been playing better lately, they may end up getting to the playoffs. But the thing is, you've got to show some humility. And you need to also embrace somebody like Caitlin Clark, because the woman is bringing you more money. And there's people out there who say, I can't believe you said that, whatever nonsense. But it's true.
Well, also, let's look at after the events of last weekend more specifically. People have embraced Donald Trump. If you looked at any of the broadcasts of the RNC convention, people there in Milwaukee were embracing him. Last night in Detroit, Michigan, people were embracing him.
Yep. Exactly. And, as much as they want to criticize everything from Trump's speech on down, no, this was a fantastic one. And, the 90 minutes that Trump spoke, which they say is one of the longest, it was worthwhile. I mean, honoring that firefighter on stage. That was not an act. Him reaching out to the people that got shot and injured.
Yeah.
He's done that. I'm sure in some way he's already has reached out for the family of that. Well, young. He was younger than me.
He mentioned in his speech that he had talked to that gentleman's wife.
Yeah, I haven't didn't see the whole thing through because I was on the show with Chase. I had it in the background, and needless to say, sometimes it gets lost that way, unfortunately. But yeah, it's there's a world of difference between the two. Did Biden reach out to any of them? I wonder.
He reached out to the wife of
Oh.
that gentleman, that firefighter, but she refused to take the call. And of course, people are on the internet saying, "How dare you not take the call from the president?" Well, it's her right to say, "Yes, I'll take the call." No, I won't take the call. It doesn't matter who the sitting president is.
That's right.
Right. Yeah. How dare her? Well, I mean, how many people did that to Trump?
Right. Exactly.
Right. I mean, it's just it happens. People don't necessarily want to talk, especially if you feel that somehow he was involved in the death. And by what I'm saying, I'm not doing a conspiracy theory thing here, but with the vitriol speaking that he did, saying about we have to, what was it just before not put a target, put a bullseye on Trump. And how the Secret Service that was detached, the piss poor job they did, especially with Barb, the lunch lady out there, who can't figure out how to holster her gun, and more important about the glasses, and she's hiding behind the president. Hiding. She's crouched and hiding. How pissed off would you be? I can see her being pissed off because in many ways, Biden was insulting in every way, and she does view him as probably one of the instigators of her husband's death.
That's why people need to
see that image of that particular Secret Service agent hiding during the incident. That's what the Secret Service is supposed to do. They're supposed to run in to the danger to protect the president.
It's just another example of why people get so upset about this DEI stuff. And when they see this with their own two eyes on a video or even on a live stream or whatever, they go, what the hell? A lot of reasonable people will go, what the hell?
A lot of people have been going, what the hell, ever since Saturday's incident.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why wasn't this area covered? Why wasn't that area covered?
That's right.
Why were these particular agents protecting the president? I mean, especially with Trump being a tall man, you have these short women, and they were trying to protect the president, leaving him open to attack.
Or hiding behind him, even worse, hiding behind him. Like lunch lady Barb. Then going, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? First of all, she's not Secret Service. She's Homeland Security.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a job that they're trained for. Of course, she's going to hide and not know how to work her pistol. It's disgusting what they did. And I'm sure as the widow was hearing more and more stuff, the more and more she was disgusted. Why wouldn't she be? She lost her husband.
Mm-hmm.
Her daughter was alongside. They were there when he died. They probably got splattered with some of the brain matter and blood.
Mm-hmm.
They were there. How brave he was. Braver than some of those Secret Service people. That one skit that you showed us, Cash, absolutely hysterical. It's satire. I mean, it's about a horrid event that happened, but they were using satire to show, which satire is great for, opening the eyes of stupidity. Saying the emperor has no pants. And I did subscribe to him. I was like, I watched some of the other ones, like, oh man, this guy's brutal.
Yeah. They're just pointing out a lot of things that people like you and I and Mike and other people see about this. Like, you can turn this stuff into a clown show, into a comedy, into more satire, whatever. But it's still, if this happened to Joe Biden, as we've all said on this panel, we'd feel the same fucking way.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. They saw the shooter an hour before the incident happened. They noted that he looked suspicious. Why didn't they confront him?
Yep.
I've heard the story about one officer going up on the roof and having the gun pointed at him.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You have the gun pointed at you. You go down, you get with your supervisor and a few of your officer buddies, and you say, okay, we got to figure out a way to get this guy down. If you have to, delay the speech, delay Trump going on stage, or
Right.
cancel the whole thing altogether.
Right.
Yeah.
This guy was flying drones over
Yeah.
the site.
He was flying a
And-
drone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where they're supposed to have that policed,
Yes.
that no drone flies over, as is typical for anybody who'd be on stage, Biden, Trump, RFK Jr., whatever, right?
And what's interesting is the drone actually flew over where Crooks was actually stationing, where he set up to try to kill former President Trump.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting now. I don't know who's done this or not, but I actually saw something interesting on Fox News. I know, guys, Fox News, whatever. But the thing is, they were showing that the drone, they were showing where he stood. This stuff is interesting because we need to know all the information. And I don't care what news program is showing it. This is good information that we need to keep getting out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because this could have happened to President Biden, who,
Yeah.
now is stepping down, but this could have happened to him too. And that's why other people said, is there going to be a copycat? Is there going to be some people are just pointing out things that could happen. So don't live in some delusional world because there's bad things in the world.
It's no longer hypothetical. It's
No, it's
now
not.
part of our reality, unfortunately.
Yes.
Right.
That's
Well,
right.
and the big thing is, this kid flew a drone over doing what the Secret Service should have had. They should have had at least 2-3 drones flying over watching everything. And that, we didn't put an agent up there because of the slope. The very
Right.
slight slope
Right.
that building had. While they're putting people on buildings, they have a 15.
That's a bullshit excuse.
Right.
It
You
is.
know it, I know it.
Yeah. It's like, how dare you?
Mm-hmm.
How dare you? When you have the people with the shooters, our side shooters, protecting the person on slopes that have a much more severe incline, then it's like, no, this is bullshit. Or, okay, I'm going to do a slight levity thing here, but it's needed because we miss him so much.
I call bullshit.
Right. Thank you,
Yes.
George.
George Carlin would have called it out. He wouldn't care.
Right.
And real quick, I just want to thank Scott Westbrook and Alpha Zero Omega for following the Rumble channel. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Hey,
Oh, by the
great.
way, by the way, did anybody recognize Mr. Tickle Trunk?
Yes, I acknowledge.
Oh, you did?
Mr.
Okay.
Trunk. I didn't
Oh.
say anything verbally. I did say something in the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
No.
I saw that in chat, but with how we're kind of going, we can know
And also, Jester, I don't want them to think I'm ignoring them. I want to
Yeah.
acknowledge them.
Tickle Trunk is a great guy.
Yes.
He was when I was on the pop culture. He was always in the chat, and he was always lively.
Yes,
Be
I thought-
lively, be lively here. That's your job now, Tickle Trunk. Amuse us.
Yes. Yes, talking to him and talking to Mags. Yes, it's
Yeah.
always an interesting time.
And Gabstat too. And yeah,
Yes. Don't worry. I'm paying attention to both chats.
I'm trying to do better both.
Aaron-
Right? I didn't have
Aaron's
to
ready
side
to
up.
zap you with some kind of prong.
Well, no, I'm sitting back saying I was doing a piss poor job because I should have the Rumble side up, which I do now.
Yeah.
When you said Fat Steven was in the doing that raid, it's like, oh, well, I better get over there. I'm not doing my job. I'm being like a Secret Service agent at a Trump rally. So,
ouch.
I will say that it's a nice thing about having a third screen that I can just designate for the chat on whatever platform. This way I can see it.
Rub it in, Mike. Just rub it in.
Baron, you're just too much, bro. You're like, hey, you
This,
know, I
this,
haven't been kicked off the
is
panel in a
this is
while.
what I have to put up with twice a week. Twice a week.
You
Fats,
love
you
it.
know it. You know it, Fats. You know how hard it is to deal with Baron.
Again, one of my favorite stories. Too bad it didn't go over the air. He goes, "Wait till after the air. Are we off the air? Fuck you, Baron. Just fuck you." Yes. I hear that a lot. I really hear that a lot from a lot of people. What is it? I got a great personality. I'm a shining person. Look at me. Why do I get such hate? Such hate.
Oh man.
But that didn't do any good, Phil.
No. Oh, back to YouTube here.
It
Yeah.
didn't do any good. They
Yeah.
may have called 2 hours before the incident happened, but it didn't do a damn thing.
No.
Right. The ineptness again, and I'm sorry, it does start bringing up conspiracy theories. It really does. I hate to say it, but it really starts going down to the fact of how high did this go? Who bungled this? Why did we get a DEI shooter? All the way across the board. I mean, this kid was doing pretty good on scoping everything out, and yeah, his shot was good, but Trump's turning the head was better. If Trump did not turn his head, he would have been dead.
Mm-hmm.
And by the grace of God, Trump turned his head, and what he's known for, he's known for turning his head there and there because he interacts as best as he can with everybody. So yeah, I mean, he almost had him. He almost said, "Thank God he didn't." But it's like, it's like he trained for this. He was at the range earlier, practicing his shooting. This guy had a pretty good plan, but what really, but except for one thing, if the Secret Service was on their game, he would have been caught beforehand, and it wouldn't have happened.
And we do have a question from the Rumble side. Redstone.
Hey, Rumblers.
Yeah, I see that.
Wants to know, who do we think Kamala's running mate's going to be?
I don't think Kamala's going to be picked in the first place.
I don't think she's going to be picked. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the kiss of death, Godfather style, was when Biden endorsed her. And she has poll numbers about the same as him. Like, that's going to really help her. On the contrary.
But let's say, hypothetically, again.
Hypothetically, yeah.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, you guys have those cards on the table. You do have to put them on the table.
She is running for president. Who is going to be her running mate? Could she pick Gavin Newsom as her running mate?
I doubt it. I doubt he wants to be vice president. He wants to be president. And that's, again, it's kind of an insult, a step down. I think it would be a woman. And because she wants to. And, of course, if we're talking on the DEI thing, like we sat back and said before, AOC would be on the cards. Because she wants to have a Latina woman in there. Because she wants to have, diversity, a checkbox. Just like how she got on there. That and her oral skills, too. I'm not talking about speaking.
Like I said earlier, you can't rule out AOC.
No. She's about the most quote-unquote popular of the squad because she's one of the most vocal and out there. But look what happened to one of the squad members. Their DEI hire, the guy.
That's right.
He got voted out. Oh, yeah, and that's the other thing, too. That's one of the reasons why she has low ratings, because of her cackling at inappropriate times. It's not her laugh, per se, but when she does it. And she does it when she's uncomfortable, when she doesn't know anything, and she just kind of does that little cackle because it's a nervous cackle, plus the fact that, she's a moron.
Yeah.
Really, she is. I don't mean to be. Well, okay, yeah, I do mean to be rude.
Well,
She's an
she's been
idiot.
rude to a lot of people, so she
Yeah,
probably deserves
yeah,
it.
rude to people like us. So yeah, I mean,
Right.
I think that she's a moron, and that's going to be one of the other things. She's not going to be a good puppet because she's got too much of an ego.
She does. There's no
That's
doubt about
why,
that.
yeah, that's why I'm slightly putting my cards for Hillary on that. Because instead of the puppet, let's have one of the puppet masters.
Even if the Democratic Party tried to surprise people with some new candidate, who would it be? Some celebrity?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
how many actors have been sitting back saying they want to run for office? I know. Let's put Alec Baldwin in. Yeah,
Oh,
there we go.
jeez.
Oh God.
He's good at taking shots. I mean, why not?
No, you got it all wrong, Baron. You got it all wrong. They're gonna try to find a way to make sure that Arnold can run.
No, he can't.
No.
Unfortunately.
I
Yeah.
know he can't. I'm just pointing out a hypothetical. They'll try to.
I don't know. Unless there's some special thing they can do in a lab. Yeah.
Well, the thing is he's not. He's
Look
not.
at me. My clone. He was born in the States. He can run.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
man.
couldn't do it as much as people wanted him to be a Republican presidential candidate. They can't do that because he's not. Well, he's a citizen, but he was not born as a citizen.
You got
I
it.
know that, guys.
Right.
I know you do. I'm just explaining for
no.
people who might not know.
Right.
No. I'm just saying that because people might not know that.
He actually wasn't being a jackass to you that time, Mike. See?
No. This was for the audience.
It's hard to tell.
No. Really, I wasn't. Just as I'm not kissing your ass on this one. For National League, my choice of watching was the Cubs. One, they were close to us. The nearest one, and of course, the legacy that they have, and of course the poor luck of not getting the World Series. It's just, I was suffering like you, Mike. I was suffering like you. Was like, come on, you can do it.
You were pretty much a Twins fan before, man.
Well, no, I'm saying when it comes to American League, Twins.
I know, but
the National League rooting on for is the Cubs. And you know something? If we had a Cubs versus Twins World Series, I'd have a hard time rooting. I'd be rooting for both sides because it would be hard for me because I like both teams. It's like, I'd like to see them win, but I'd like to see them win because they haven't won the World Series in so long. But the Twins at least had 87, but I still want to see them win because I like Knoblauch and Gagner.
87 and 91.
The
Remember
joke
87, 91.
Yeah.
The joke is that after the Cubs win, that's the first sign of the apocalypse. The second sign would be if the Clippers finally win a championship. That's the second.
Well,
I can't remember what the third one is.
When the Cubs won the World Series in 2016,
they deserved it in 2016. They did.
And then Trump won the White House.
Yeah,
that's
in
true.
2016, people were blaming the Cubs win the World Series for that happening.
They
were.
How ridiculous! Last time I checked, there's people on both sides that watch baseball. You can have interesting political discussions in the benches while watching the game.
True.
Because one guy's, but the thing is, it didn't get into a wild "I hate you" type of thing.
Yeah. Agent Smith is at it again.
No,
I don't know.
I think that would be a high-rated one. I think that would be a high-rated one. It's like, finally, not the Yankees. And thank God it's not the Dodgers. So,
well, I mean, think about why the 2016 World Series had such good ratings, because you had two teams that hadn't won the World Series in a while competing for the trophy.
Yeah, I think if I remember, it was the Cubs and the Rays, right?
Yeah.
It was the Cubs and the Indians. I know they call themselves the Guardians now.
I forgot. Yeah.
But really, that was
year.
You call yourself a baseball fan.
I forgot that one. My bad.
Of course, because your Dodgers won the Coof shortened season World Series,
and anyone could have won that year, though. Anyone could. They weren't even supposed to have a season that year. the 2020. So yeah,
So what's it
I
like
wanna hear
being a 60-game season World Series champion?
we've
was
already
fixed.
won.
It was
It
fixed.
was not fixed, Barrett.
A short season like that, they made sure that they could get in there before they really bungled, before the nuns came in.
No, Baron. Sorry. Nice try.
Next time, try winning a
Nice try.
162-game season.
We have in the past, but it doesn't
in,
matter.
in the
Anybody,
past. In the
but
past,
anybody could have won that year, Mike. So it
Not the
doesn't
Cubs,
matter.
Not the Cubs.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, this is.
I'm saying anybody had a chance
All right.
to win. who got-
Let's shift gears. Let's shift gears.
This is fun.
do
This is
that.
fun, though. But what were we switching gears to? Are we supposed to be more serious?
Box office. Box
yes,
office.
before-
Oh.
Box office.
So I need to correct myself. It was in
What?
2016. It was the Cubs and the Indians. There we go. Anyways,
Yes, the Chicago Cubs and Cleveland Indians game. One started in
that
Cleveland.
was my bad.
Which can be a hard thing to do because even the Indians have kind of people have a soft spot for. But I was still rooting Cubs.
No, they deserved
would-
to win the World Series that year. They did.
I mean, I would have been upset that the Cubs didn't win it, but I wouldn't have been despondent because the Cleveland Indians again is a fun team, especially when you have Bob Uecker.
Oh yeah, he was.
but
great,
he was
but still.
only broadcasting for the Major League movies. He's
Oh,
a
he's
tremendous broadcaster for the
Yes.
Milwaukee Brewers.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is. Yes, he is.
But his role in Major League, I mean, honestly,
Just a bit outside.
Bit outside, yeah.
About as excited.
That guy has a family to think about.
Yeah. I'm as excited as a two-picker Billy Goat. Can we see that in the air?
Yeah. I don't know where it is. The hell with it. Yeah.
Drinking in the booth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good movie. If you haven't seen Major League, watch Major League. Okay.
All right, so we got the weekend box office numbers, and it looks like Twisters exceeded expectations.
Oh,
With
wow.
80.5
Yeah, it
million
has.
for the weekend.
I guess it's still got strength.
Because
Well,
it does. I don't think this movie was ever necessary, but it doesn't really have a message. So that, I guess, that gives it legs right there. But
yeah, right, exactly, and
not the message you think it would. Yeah.
Yeah, and the big thing is Twister was like the number 2 movie of the year it came out. So and people love watching it on DVD or streaming or whatever. I mean, let's face it, Bill Paxton in there really sold it. I mean, he really did.
It was a good
And
movie. It was yeah.
You look at the cast: Philip Seymour Hoffman, Carrie Elways, Helen Hunt. I mean, and of course, one of our local meteorologists who wasn't with us at the time, he started his own thing, was a cameo in there. That was Paul Douglas, the weenie that he is, and he is a weenie. I met him once. I mean, he was a nice guy, I guess, but when I met him, but nothing bad to say. But he's a weenie.
Yeah. And also, oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, folks. Redstone says Hillary already endorsed Kamala.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh. I think the dice is in play. But do they think they can? Do they think they can play her? She's going to be a hard fiddle to play.
That is a tough sell, man, for a lot of people.
It is because Hillary's made such a damn fool.
Because anybody who gets on the debate stage with her will just bring up certain things about how she handled the border and all kinds of things. I am sure of it. They would have ammo loaded for days.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And remember, everyone screamed about Trump being an election denier. She was worse.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking a huge, large TV. I mean, a large one in the back room in anger over not winning the election. Her wanting to go out and pound the stage and break the metaphorical glass ceiling.
Yep.
She didn't get her chance to do that. I mean, all their little shtick, and she was so sure she was winning.
Yes.
That's why we can't be complacent with Trump.
Yep.
No.
But I think I
Exactly.
think the big thing is you do have that movement for him. They want to make sure their voices are heard. They want, especially after that assassination attempt. Because I just got one thing to say: people are pissed.
Mhm.
Yes, they are.
And coming in at number 2 for this weekend was Despicable Me 4 with 23.8 million. Then you
Not
have
bad.
Inside
It's a
Out
good.
2
It's a good
with
movie. Little uneven, but it's not bad. Yeah.
Inside Out 2 with 12.8 million. I mean, that movie's made
It's over
bukus
a
of
billion
bucks.
now. It's over a billion.
Yeah.
It's gaining on Frozen 2 now. So it's
Yeah,
pretty
and it's it got the solid endorsement of Cash Monet.
cool. Well, it's another
That's
movie
a hard
just like
sell.
it
Yeah.
is. It can be,
Yeah.
especially
That's why I
lately.
pointed it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another movie that doesn't really have the message that you think it would. So people gravitated to it. So I give Pixar more credit than Disney on that one, but I'm definitely I have to give them both credit. More so, of course, Pixar because
Right.
Mhm.
But it was greenlit by Disney and all that, so they had a little bit of a say.
Right,
And
exactly.
again, they went back to the basics, unlike some
They
of the other
did.
ones they had that flopped because it was a
Yes.
message thing.
Right. You got it.
Mhm.
Like Lightyear was just terrible, and then
Horrible.
Elemental was just a disappointment. So yes, so Pixar, it's really simple. Just keep going more with the basics. Go with more stuff of Ratatouille. Go with more stuff with Toy Story and so on. You'll be fine. The
The
Brave, whatever.
Incredibles.
The
I would
Incredibles,
love.
absolutely yes.
I would love to see a third movie because I think it deserves.
Really, you think
especially the
so?
fact
I don't know, man.
I want a third one because they got to make up for the second one. Honestly,
Yeah.
no, I'm serious. I'm serious. I mean, don't let it go out
I
on
did
a
like
sour
the
note.
second one though. I will say the first one's
Oh
the
yeah,
best.
the
But I
first
did
one.
like the second one. I did like. There was a lot to like in the second one too. So
Are you the downvoter, Phil? Are you the
Yeah.
one who secretly downvoting the streams because you don't like what we have to say? Well, I got words for you. Too bad.
Yeah, Phil. He
Freaking
likes going
Phil,
around.
causing problems again.
He's an instigator, just like Barry.
He's worse than Baron though. I really believe
True.
that.
True. Coming in at number 4 this weekend was Long Legs. I've heard that movie doesn't know what it wants to be.
Don't know about that film. I really don't.
A Quiet Place A1 came in 5th with 6.1 million. And let's check out the rest.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm
that.
gonna go watch that Tuesday, so I'll let you guys know how it is.
Which one?
The Quiet
Which one?
Place.
A Quiet Place. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Fly Me to the Moon has 3.3 million for this weekend. And the total gross, 16 million.
Yeah.
And
that's
you
not-
know what? The reason why I'm going, hey, what, huh? Because that's Scarlett Johansson. If she can't draw an audience to the theater, what does that tell you?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Bad Boys Ride or Die at number 7. Bad News. I haven't even heard about that with only 1 million
Don't know
and
about
some
that
change. Maxine with 819,000.
one.
The Bike Riders with 701,000. Honestly, I think if people get a chance to see the Bike Riders or even Horizon and American Saga Chapter 1, go see it. I enjoyed both movies. But yeah, nobody really wants to go to the movies because
Not as
of
much.
the price.
Certain things, sure, but other stuff, not so much. No, we don't. The days I think are long gone of summer blockbusters. A lot of summer blockbusters.
The last real summer blockbuster we even got was Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that was before the Koofadoof.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's right. That's true. That did a lot of damage too. Still,
Mhm.
we're still
Well,
dealing
I
with
think
the effects of that. Yes.
Doom Part 1, I think, did really good in the theaters.
Yeah,
Mm,
part two
part
did
2 did
well.
better than part 1 because of unfortunately, that was around the Koofa-Doof time of
Right.
part 1. Yeah.
But it still did good in the theaters. That's the important thing. But people
Yeah, it did pretty
coming
good.
back.
It did pretty good.
But
Yeah.
people see it on the other side that might not have gone to the theater, was interested in going
Mhm.
to the theater for it.
Right.
They see that, oh, well, let's just watch this.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, wow, this is good. So what happens? They go out and see the movie because they saw it streaming, and they want to see it on the big screen. They're saying, damn, we missed something on the big screen. This is an epic looking film. So I think a little bit of that helped.
Yeah, it's interesting because, of course, of the Koofa-Doof and the fact that it was usually on streaming at the time with HBO Max, and then
That's
broke.
why I saw it,
pretty
because my
much,
theater
yeah,
was closed.
me too. And it broke even. But now, when people were able to actually go to the theater a lot more, it's done a lot better. So which is
Yeah.
good. Even Phil, who's read the books, and there's some problems he had, but he watched it recently, and he said it was an 8 out of 10. He liked both of them. He said both of them were an 8 out of 10. He had some problems with them, but yeah. So he did.
I mean, only saw the first one. I need to watch the second one.
Yeah, you should.
But no, I have to. I mean, the missus and I, maybe we'll make a movie night and watch both of them. But just to get refreshed. But I mean, I've read the Dune series and Dune itself many times, and I had some major problems with it, but it didn't detract.
Right.
But I thought it really ruined what the elements of the story a few times in there.
Yeah.
And from I hear the death of Baron Harkonnen, I know, spoiler, but it was going to happen. Anybody who knows Doom, especially if you saw the first movie, the original movie back in '84, knows that he dies. And but the way that he died in there again ruins the narrative of the film. I'm sorry, I was just doing something to a scam caller texter here. I keep on getting these messages, good. Hi, how you doing? Great to see you. Whatever. So I've been starting to respond to him with, have you ever heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I never get a response back. So yeah, it's like, I was thinking, should I pretend I'm one of the Indian scammers out there? What you doing? Trying to ruin? I'm with you guys. Why are you trying to ruin me? We're together. Don't try to why you bother me? I'm trying to work here.
Right.
Yeah. I'm hoping that Pierogi doesn't get me. But the big thing is Mexican Iron Man was yelling at me, saying, you got to see this in the theater. Don't do it because I was hesitant.
Oh yeah, those movies I definitely are worth seeing in the theater. I would say the same thing about Avatar, but only in 3D. I would say if you're going to watch that, I would always say just watch it in 3D. If anything.
And the thing is, it was Coach and obviously Mexican Iron Man yelling at me that told me go see this film. I mean, both of them liking it is like, okay, I have no leg to stand on. I have to see it in the theater. And I regret not seeing the second part in the theater. Just things weren't working out right, personal wise, real life wise. But I wanted to see it in the theater. But at least it's on streaming. So
yes.
And it's good to see you too, Spock.
Always good to see you, buddy.
How logical for you to be here.
Now, I'm going to give you gentlemen a choice. We could either end the show now, or we could talk about one more topic.
Yeah.
What's the one topic? What's one topic?
Well, we haven't gotten to the Bruce Timm Cape Crusader article. We haven't gotten to the Toxic Avenger article about Peter Dinklage Toxic Avenger remake. Not
Peter Dinkleberry.
Picking up a distributor because it's unreleasable. The Morbius director admits he wasn't the right fit. Or we had the Crunchyroll one where they remove comments.
Well, there's two of them I'd like to talk about, and that's Bruce Timm and Crunchyroll. So take your pick between the two. But I definitely would like to talk about Bruce Timm. But Crunchyroll doing what they're doing, I didn't really fully know what's going
all
on.
right,
There. That's also another topic.
We can talk about those two, and then we'll wrap it up.
All right.
That sounds good. So sit back for another 2 hours, folks.
Yes.
Hey, I said last Sunday we are going to get a little bit more political, and when the news broke that Biden was dropping out of the presidential race, well, we're going to cover it.
And I wasn't surprised. Because
no, nobody should be surprised at this point.
Yeah, I believe Sink was even saying he was drop off by Monday, and it's Sunday.
So what I'm doing right now, before we actually talk about the two articles that we are actually going to get through, is I'm posting the links to the other articles in case somebody wants to read them.
Yes.
Awesome.
Because obviously, if there are topics we thought they were kind of important to talk about, but yeah, we tend to talk.
All right, so let's get into this Bruce Timm article here.
All right.
Posted it in both chats, and then I'll bring it up on screen. All right. So this comes from JB Augustine of Bounding in the Comics. It was posted on July 17th. It says Bruce Timm reveals the Batman. Sorry. I gotta mute myself real quick.
Yeah, he took a shot of whiskey and went down the wrong pipe. And
actually,
what?
Actually, it was water.
Oh, yeah, the water of life, whiskey. And because he needs it to get through this, he needs to get through us, especially with Cash and I. He needs all the strength he can get.
Bruce Timm reveals the Batman in Cape Crusader is supposed to make you feel uncomfortable and weaponize. This is Alfred. He's a guy that's going to enable him to fight crime.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't seem like a bad thing.
Right.
You need someone pushing Bruce Wayne to become Batman and to be able to stand up to everything that's going on.
Oh, they kind of did that in some of the Batman films.
Mm-hmm. It goes on to say, we know many changes to the mythos are in store with Batman Cape Crusader, which will be set in the 1940s, and yet is still going to have greater diversity in its cast of characters.
That's the part I have a problem with. Again, DEI hires.
However, the series may go further than anyone initially thought. Sorry. As executive producer, Bruce Timm recently explained in an interview with Empire, he primed readers and viewers for the twist they can expect. For one thing, his relationship with Alfred won't be as familiar, fraternal, or balanced as we've seen before. He weaponizes Alfred, Timm says of Bruce Wayne via comic book movie. He's not Batman's surrogate father anymore. He's a guy that's going to enable him to fight crime. That's how focused Bruce is.
Well, Alfred never was the surrogate father.
No.
He was more the comforting good friend and loyal butler. Mm-hmm. He was not a father, which is why Batman has a hard time conceiving having a family.
I do feel, though, Alfred had some fatherly moments for sure. But
oh yeah, fatherly moments. I mean, a good friend would, or somebody that, as a mentor or whatever that he was, would have those fatherly moments. But the thing is both Bruce and even Alfred really don't know much about family because Alfred never had one, because he was good at his job being a butler, and of course the situation that Bruce Wayne was in, losing his parents. Which was traumatizing, obviously.
Says it's a weird take on him, but it's something I don't think we've seen before, Tim continued. He went on at length to describe how weird Bruce is this time. I wanted to make him kind of weird and spooky. If you're stuck in a room with Batman, whether you're Commissioner Gordon or Barbara Gordon or Renee Montoya, you don't feel comfortable. You're kind of like, what is this guy? What's this all about? Tim added. What it might be is inexperience as Cape Crusader encounters the Dark Knight very early in his career, earlier than year one. Goes on to say Batman is so early in his career that in the first episode, he's still an urban myth, Tim clarified. It's not year one, it's more like week 2.
Which would be logical. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Which would be logical about people being kind of creeped out by him because they still don't know what he is. He's brand new. He's just appeared. He's doing these things. Obviously, he's doing it for the good. But who is this guy? Right. Everyone would have that. They need to. This is the beginning of a relationship. It's not a middle relationship like we've seen later. That is to be expected, and that is an interesting plot point.
Yeah. Whether we can take that quote literally or not, Bruce will be set on his agenda, which Tim hinted at. In the series, he wants to fight crime from a young age, but that means tweaking his origin story a tad.
Which has happened many times.
Yeah.
I mean, originally his mother died of a heart attack. His father was shot. That's how original was, but it evolved into they both were shot.
And it goes on to say the slightly different take that we're doing on it is that at night when he's lying in bed reliving the murders of his parents again and again in his head, it's so upsetting and so horrifying that the way he copes with it is he decides right then and there, I'm going to declare war on crime.
Mm-hmm.
And
again,
so
not out of place. That's Batman.
Yep. And so literally from that point on, even though he's 8, he's kind of Batman already. He adds.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
and
pretty
again,
much
that's not
all the article.
Oh, okay. Which is, again, not out of place because of all that. And I tell you, the detractors out there of this, like I said, the only problem I have is, of course, the race changing. They don't need to do that. Remember, this is the 40s. Certain people would not be in certain positions. Be at least accurate to the era. And that's not being right. That's not being racist or anything. It's just to the era. Go, Cash. Sorry.
But yeah, no, it's also I'm trying to give that a pass. I understand what you're saying, but it is an alternative canon.
Right.
Alternative canon. They said before. Okay, yeah.
And that's what I'm giving it. Why I'm giving a pass. That's about the biggest complaint I have. But Batman being the way he is in the beginning here, because he's starting out having the fire burning when he's 8 years old, even. Of course, that'll be a driving factor. Of course, Alfred would help him out with that. I mean, for crying out loud, even with all the other Batman, he's always been an encouragement for Batman being Batman. Until you got to the Dark Knight Returns, because he's concerned about Bruce's age, and he was not able to do it. I mean, one of the funny things is obviously Gordon knows who he is. The phone rings, the bat phone rings, and he answers it. Wayne, not mortuary, but Wayne infirmatory. The doctor's place. I can't talk today. I mean, he had that dry wit about him, and he would help him as best as he could. Even in the Dark Knight Returns, he was still being supportive, but concerned about his age and how he is.
Right.
That is him.
Yeah, and he's always been concerned about all the time, and we even some things in the show Gotham, I have to say there's definitely some concern. You see that even in the Batman. And I don't know if you ever want to watch Baron the Pennyworth show. You might like it, learning more about his life as a younger person. And yeah, it's just Alfred has just always been a great character. He could probably be considered more than even a supporting character sometimes. Like if Alfred's not around, Batman could die. I mean, really, it's
Infirmary. I finally got the word. So go on.
Okay. Yeah. So I just Alfred's just from every movie you look at the '89, you look at how Alfred was in Batman Returns and so on. Like you said, the animated stuff. The graphic novel. You're right about that, man. I mean, so we'll just give this a chance and we'll see how it is. I know people already in the comments, like they usually are for Batman in the comments. It's dead. It's over.
No.
Run for the hills. The sky is falling.
Yeah, well, I mean, this one wasn't one of those articles. It's just pointing out the differences. So,
exactly.
I mean, I give credit for that. But like the '89, those 4 films, they had the best Alfred ever. And that was Michael Gove.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah, I think he was the perfect Alfred. Followed by, of course,
Michael Caine.
Well, I was thinking even the '66 Batman.
Oh yeah, I liked him too. I liked a lot of these Alfreds. I really do. What was it? Andy Serkis was in the last one. Yeah.
He was okay.
I think it was Andy Serkis. Oh, that's right. You never watched the Batman, did you? Yeah.
No, I did not watch the Batman.
The movie that had multiple points where it could have ended. And
yes,
it would have been fine.
That is the movie.
See, and that's the thing that's kind of holding me back. And Robert Pattinson, again, that one, it kind of held me back. I hear he did good, but I still can't take him serious.
He wasn't bad. Yeah, I mean, Michael Caine was a great Alfred too.
I'm not giving him props. Yeah, and of course, you grew up in the age where that's the Alfred that you saw. I saw the '66 Alfred, and of course the '89 films.
Yep,
'89 on films, and those were my Alfreds. They're both mine.
I think they're both great too, Baron. I really do. I think they're both quality Alfreds. There's been a lot of Alfreds that it's hard to find one Alfred that really sucks. I mean, even Jeremy Irons was Alfred, and I didn't think he did a bad job either.
Yeah. But good actor.
Really
but the one point I have to say about you say about Pennywise learning more about his past. To be honest, I don't want to know anything about his past. I want that to be one of those mysteries. No. I mean, it's out there. It's out there, right? So but I'm just saying they shouldn't have done anything like that because just like Han Solo or some of the others,
sure,
there's a mystery about them, and it should have stayed that mystery. Why is he the way he is? And
right,
yeah.
Which I understand that, man. But if you do want to watch it, I can tell you there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Yeah, I mean, I might. You gave me the good points on that, and that's enough for me to want to go see it. My thing is, it didn't have to happen. Leave him a little more mysterious.
It doesn't.
And make you wonder.
These things don't always have to happen. I agree with you, man. Yes.
Right. And I like that about Alfred. It's like, who is this guy? Well, I like to keep that mystery because he can surprise you. And people forget also how Alfred was when he first came out. He was a short, fat guy, and almost a comic relief. It wasn't until as it grew that he became that thin, mustached Alfred that we all know with that dry wit and humor. What you would expect from an English butler. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
I would want to have Alfred as my butler if I had choices and I was rich. But the man knows how to keep a secret, which a butler does. They don't talk. They're supposed to be trusted in that because they be in on conversations that no one should know about. And I mean, Sir Michael Caine, great actor, obviously, and he's a great Alfred. Don't get me wrong, but I think the best one was Michael Gove. However you've seen his name.
I grew up with him as well, so
yeah. Well, of course, I'm familiar with him with all the Hammer Hammer films he did and other
Okay.
things. I mean, this guy's been around, man, with a lot of stuff. So, he was the original toy maker in Doctor Who. Unfortunately, all but one episode has been destroyed. But even that one episode we have, you can see how he plays. He was also the Time Lord in Arc of Infinity. So that's his Doctor Who creds, and he did a fantastic job in those. And the follow through, he was also, I believe, on Space 1999. He was on Moonbase 3, which was a science fiction show done by people that did Doctor Who. He was all over the place. So I was so familiar with him. I heard that he was going to be Alfred. I thought, yeah, what a great choice.
Right. Exactly.
And who would like to read our final story of this afternoon's show? The link is in the private chat, by the way.
Oh, we haven't gotten the evening yet? Okay.
I'm still in the afternoon, Bear.
Well, you know what? You know who's got to read it, because someone won't. I'll take the bullet for this one.
Oh, you wanna take the bullet? That's fine, man.
Well, you weren't saying anything, man.
I just think it's Baron.
You're
You've
just
been
kinda sitting there.
obnoxious today, so I just.
All right.
No.
Both of you. I'll
Not that
decide.
obnoxious.
Cash, you're reading it.
Oh, you're reading? Okay, I'll take it down then. I had it up on my screen.
I
So,
can't stop laughing.
Wow me, Cash. Wow
Oh
me,
yes,
Cash.
wow you. Yes. Right, sure. Comments from episodes and articles in the Crunchyroll removed. Oh no! Like we haven't seen this censorship crap happen before. So of course this is an article from
there is
Meech
no
Gamer.
censorship.
Mhm.
That's right.
Yeah.
There is no censorship. How can there be? Come on, man.
I
Come
like
on,
to
man.
see you. I like to see you hear you say the byline. That's why I was happy you got it.
The byline. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Try saying that name.
Oh man, I know, right? That's a
I mean, we try our best.
That's a
We try our
We'll
best.
work on it. We'll work on it. But so
That guy,
anime.
our
That's
girl.
right. Right. Anime streamer Crunchyroll has removed the comment section for the anime it streams and also its news articles since July 8th. Why? Oh, I remember. Rules for thee, not for me. Right? What
I
else
love
is
it when
there?
he does that. I
Okay,
love when
thank
he
you.
does that.
Anyways, the change was implemented after the comment section for Shonen AI anime, Twilight Focus, Twilight Out of Focus, and Senpai Isn't. God, I gotta get this name right. This one's tough.
But you can do it. We're rooting for you, man. You can do it.
Oto
Senpai Isn't.
Konoko. Oto Konoko.
All right.
There we go.
That's a mouthful.
Anyways, yeah, it is.
It is.
Were apparently review bombed and littered with comments, many accusing Crunchyroll of promoting works as pro LGBT propaganda.
What?
This is where you put in our favorite clip, Baron.
Okay. Let me get to it. I'm falling down on the job.
The hell you say?
God, I love Album.
Oh man. Crunchyroll states that they are removing the comment section to create a safe space and environment and encourage use the star system instead. Ooh, encourage the use the star system instead. Ooh, the star system, guys. Ooh, very exciting. At Crunchyroll, that's right. Why is Crunchyroll disabling comments? At Crunchyroll, we prioritize creating a safe and respectful community environment. To maintain this standard, we are removing all existing user-generated content, including comments and reviews across all platforms and experiences. The user rating system will, however, remain, allowing you to express your opinions through star ratings. Ooh! So, and then finishing this off, many criticize the decision, saying that it is an unwarranted change. The hell you say? Play the clip, Baron. Play the clip.
Oh, well, I'm gonna play a different one.
The hell you say?
Crunchyroll became one of the largest anime distributors in the West following their merger with Funimation a few years ago. distributor, excuse me. But anyways, Twilight Out of Focus premiered on July 4th. Senpai, oh God, I have to say it again. I can't.
Just stay with Senpai. We know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I'll give you this pass.
remember, reading Japanese isn't our forte on this channel.
Koto Konoko.
Our-
It means boy in Japanese. There you go.
Okay.
The more you know.
Just like
right.
our Korean when we have to do Korean.
Right. Premiered on July 5 on Crunchyroll. So yeah.
That's July 5th. but for cats, it's July 5.
Yeah, it's July 5th, but they didn't put the TH in there, but yeah, whatever.
I'll add it.
Improvise.
They should have put it in there, those bastards. I'm not going to be like Ron Burgundy, who reads everything on the teleprompter.
Oh,
You know about that one, Mike. Ron Burgundy.
I know all that.
Okay.
No, seriously, Cash. Have you ever done ad libs? Where you ad lib
Yes.
something?
Yeah, I have, but it's fine.
Yeah. You were right.
July 5th on Crunchyroll. But anyways, look, here is another example of Crunchyroll and their bullshit. And this has happened before. We're gonna censor this anime. It's too much. These people are just stupid. And I'm sorry, not sorry, but this is just more communist bullshit. I'm just gonna call it what it is. It's just stupid. They need to stop doing this. And I'm telling you, this can happen anywhere. You're on a website that isn't that popular, but people know about it. You make a comment, say you said something about, oh, well, where did they touch you on the doll? Just as a joke. And what did they do? I have to erase that comment, or I need to censor that or ban you. You've been a bad person. I mean,
well, you are a bad person, Cash. Everybody's finding that out now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
I always been saying, why didn't anybody listen to me?
Now, will we watch
Cash Pop is a bad
5th?
dude.
That's right. Will we watch this July 5th on Crunchyroll? No. What we will do, yo ho, no. But anyways,
it's well past July 5th.
I know it is. But whoever watched this before, but no, but I'm just
By the way,
saying.
did someone say yo ho? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. No, I know it's past July 5th, but I'm just being snarky. It's just the thing is, stop doing these things. This is also happening again. We're getting a disclaimer on stuff we don't need a disclaimer for. Even with the Tomb Raider remaster games, we had to get a disclaimer. We want to let you know that we don't exactly express the feelings of what's going on here, and this happened a number of years ago. All this stuff is just Looney Tunes.
Yeah. This show needs a disclaimer. Their games don't. Their shows don't.
I was going to say this show has a disclaimer.
Some need it, like us. Others, no.
And yes, I know other people I'm sure have talked about this. Now, probably not that many, but it's good to put this information out there. When has censorship ever actually fixed anything? Really?
It hasn't.
Well, my take on this is, first of all, this is what happens when you have monopolies trust bust.
That's right.
They should never have gotten. They should have not gotten the other streaming service at all. That takes care of the competition, and now they're in control of all this is coming in because of, obviously rights.
Exactly.
So yeah, you got the censorship, and it leads to not the censorship, proper censorship. They're restricting what you see or how you see it. They're destroying other people's works for it, many times without permission.
Yes.
And as that goes, it's time to trust bust, especially on this. Some other company needs to take over and get the rights to some of this, especially when it's going to respect that material. Not like that one article with that twat waffle we talked about. I can't remember if it was on our show or if it was Chase. I don't know. But yeah, this is an insult to people. You're that butthurt. You need to Vagisil on you so it soothes the pain, and just point out the doll where these comments hurt you. And these are horrible comments. They're probably not getting horrible comments, as
Yeah.
we would think, like the infamous "go on dead yourself" stuff. I've noticed that stuff, but it's more like, you stop. What are you doing? You f-
Yes.
everything up. Why should I follow you no more? They don't want to see that, or more importantly, have others see it.
Yep.
Because
This goes on everything from the J.K. Rowling stuff to this another example right here to other things. It's just ridiculous. It's like people even taking away comment sections because they can't take the fact that other people are giving them opinions that they don't like, and it's too much. We can't control it. Yeah.
Well, right, because you want to have feedback, good and bad, to see how it's gauged with people.
Yes.
These people are going out there and saying these things not to be trolls, but because they love this stuff and you're doing something to it. And they don't want, again, it's their ego.
Yes.
They're not getting validation, right? And thank God we had 2 short articles to finish show up. It just worked out that way. So by the grace of God.
Yes.
And but when you have that, I hear it's kind of actually starting to hurt viewership. It's starting to hurt with merchandising and stuff of anime, which of course the hacks that we have in our comic industry are cheering for, because they want to see that happen.
I wouldn't be
But
surprised.
but when you're getting this stuff coming in and it's being crunchyrolled, or other service, other ways of things being crapped out,
Right.
You're going to start losing audiences, because again, you're putting narrative in place of story and what the story is about and what the culture is about. So why should I watch this crap? Again, like you said, yo ho, or having the fans doing the dubbing, or subbing, more importantly.
Yeah, really.
To these, and what a
I
better
don't
job
mean
they're
to
doing.
interrupt you, Baron, but look,
What?
you gotta whoopa, whoopa,
Whoopa,
You do.
whoopa,
It's
whoopa, whoopa, whoopa. Good to see you, Whoopa.
Hey, Whoopa.
Nice to see you, whoopa.
We missed Whoopa, Whoopa. In his propaganda. You talk about my propaganda. Listen to his propaganda.
Yeah, it's St. Louis Cardinals propaganda.
Oh, boy.
That, and of course his nation, his rule. Yeah.
Oh, come on. You'd love Whoopstotska. You would love it, Baron.
So you're going for that, but
You would love Whoopstotska. Whoopa is your leader in Whoopstotska, just so you know.
He is. I know he is.
Definitely.
Yeah, he's the one who will be giving the personal butt kicking if you don't do things right in his nation. He doesn't have lackeys.
If things aren't going well there, he gets them to work in the mines again.
Okay, you got me, Whoopa. I join you. I'm a comrade in your nation. Do I have a position in your nation? I'll be glad to be part of your nation. I am a full Whoopastanian.
Whoopstotska, Baron. Whoopstotska.
Well, yeah, but Whoopastanian. I mean, that's saying that you're a person that's for that. I mean,
Baron, just
What?
go with it. Just go with it, okay?
Okay, I'm going with it.
Aaron wants to
Don't make me
explain for an hour. Now, hold on a minute.
Don't make me go full Alex Jones. The chemicals in the water are turning the freaking Gordon gay. Oh, see, you got the dogs barking. Thank you, guys. Babes.
Wait a minute, leader. You do not have position open for Baron. Baron would be good at I don't know, something.
Propaganda. I'm good propaganda. See, my prior posting was really good with propaganda. See how well I did with Dear Leader. See, I'll be part of your propaganda team.
Wrong.
profit
You only have one dear leader, and that is Whoopa now.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, I'm giving you my resume for this job, and showing how I can do the job good. See, I'm very good at that. Very good, yeah.
Right.
But I don't drink vodka. It has to be whiskey. I don't drink vodka.
I've heard that Upstotska has the finest whiskey in all the world.
See, another reason why one should try. Dogs, dogs, dogs. Something banging was going on. Okay, just go out there and bark. I'm on air. You want to hear a funny thing? I was kind of rewatching the show from Wednesday just for the hell of it and starting out.
Yep.
And BB started barking when she was on the show. And the long suffering turns goes, BB! I said, no. That's on the show. It's not BB. I mean, it is BB, but it's on the show. It's not live. It's Memorex.
Yeah, it's pre-recorded BB barking.
Yep, exactly. But no, I mean, this is ridiculous what they're doing, and it shows their ineptness. They're seeking for validation, and of course, by that, not hearing anything that's in disagreement to them, which they need to hear. We all do. We need it. If people actually have a problem with something that we're doing or I'm doing, at me as becoming the most hated man on YouTube, which I kind of relish, we want to hear that because it only improves us. We like hearing the praise. Wrong.
It's like I've asked whenever we have our favorite downvoter, whoever that is,
Phil,
come by and downvote the stream. Why are you downvoting the stream? Let us know.
Troll.
What is it about the show that you don't like? I know they're a troll, but still, explain yourself.
Well, it's kind of the reverse option of what we have going on, where we're talking about the story. Yeah. He or she, I'm getting the play field out there. God, I hate when I start stammering. Are cowardly. They won't tell us. They'll just do the downvote. So they're the kind of the reverse of Crunchyroll. I am going to go out there. Oh, Whoopa's got a point there.
Yeah, true.
If they're not going to be bold enough to sit back and say, and reasonably, right? We don't mind having, the negative comments or whatever, the stuff they don't like. Respectfully tell us what we're doing wrong. Yeah, it's great to hear the ones that like what we're doing because it gives us confidence that we're going the right route. No problem. But if you can't go out and explain yourself and say why you're doing this, you're a fucking coward. And I'm not ashamed to say that.
No, I've said it. Remember, we were watching True Grit, and I said it.
Yeah. And the only thing I say is, hey, put your money where your mouth is. Tell us why. And I'm serious about that. I really am.
It's why I will put posts in the community page. Okay, what do you guys like? What do you guys not like? I want the feedback.
Right.
So, I want to improve. How can I improve without hearing from those who have listened to the show, watched the game streams, watched Pop Talk, whatever? If there's something they think I need to change or improve on, let me know.
I tell you all the time, but you don't listen to me. But you know what? Whoopa, put something in the chat. This has to happen. I'm Shemp. But no, in all honesty, if you do that the other way and you don't post a comment about why, you're just as much of a fucking coward as Crunchyroll is.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody, right? Anybody. I let Mike know why I downvote our shows. I let Jace know why I downvote, our shows. I'm just a troll, but
a lot of times I won't download a video if it didn't click with me. I'm thinking maybe it's just me today, and I just move on.
Right. It takes a lot for me to do a downvote, and they have to be absolutely moronic and stupid to do that. And just saying unsubscribe, downvote, it's like, okay, fine, tell us why.
Yeah.
Right, but it does take a lot from me. I mean, I downvoted a lot of Disney stuff for a long time, and I gave the reason in there. They probably didn't like it, but at least I put in there why.
Mm-hmm.
That was during the Gina Carano thing. I was calling them out. And of course, that's I amongst all the others is the reason why they closed to seeing the down votes. Why they're afraid of that. I'm sure they delete comments too now. Right.
Yeah, they
so,
can turn off comments too.
mhm.
Yeah, I mean,
Because they're cowards.
yeah, I mean, even with the Star Wars continues, like I guess they felt like they had to turn off comments there for because of Vic, because they were saying some
Oh.
horrible things about Vic, so they turned off
Oh.
comments. Sometimes I guess I can understand that, but
Yeah.
you know,
Well, when you start getting the vitriol, I mean, the venom
Mhm.
being poured out,
yeah, it's
not proper comments, that's being a moron. So, yeah, I can see turning off if that's all that's going in there, right? It doesn't even have a point to it other than the fact that you have a problem with Mañana, which has been proven to be lies, lies, and lies. And
Mhm.
fuck you to all the people who backstabbed them, including their Spock that they had in the show. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
This guy gave you a giant opportunity. It got you out there. I didn't hear Chris Doohan say anything, thank God, because I
I
believe
didn't hear anything from him.
Yeah, I believe he's a good man. He's a good friend of Vic. In fact, I think I saw a picture of them together recently at a convention, sharing a photo in front of the signing booths.
Nice.
So, yeah. So as that goes, all you backstabbers, fuck you. Remember, what you sow, you shall reap. What goes around comes around. Your day will
yes,
come.
exactly. That's right.
When something happens to you, and
Yeah.
I'll bet you one thing: Vic might come to their defense because Vic's that kind of guy.
Yeah,
I don't know him
might,
personally, but just from what I've heard from people that really know him and what he says on his when he does his channel that he has, right? I cannot see any way, shape, or form Vic being the man that they're demonizing him as. Not at all. So Crunchyroll, you fucking cowards. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You're destroying anime. You're destroying a chance to get a lot more subscribers because that's what's going to happen. You're going to lose subscribers, which means you're going to lose money,
Mhm.
which means you're going to go out with another bullshit thing, whining and crying about this, about all the haters. No, Crunchyroll, you're the hater. Crunchyroll, you're the divider. Crunchyroll, you're not doing anything to unite the fans. In fact, I don't think you're really getting much fans other than the sycophants that drool and all that, and that's not going to save your ass. They're the same as most of the new Trek and new Star Wars fans are. They're just following along like prancy ponies because it's got the name. So it's, we can't say anything bad about this. No. That's not going to save you. If that's what you're aiming for, it's not going to save you. It's not saving Star Wars, and it definitely did not save Star Trek. Two canceled series behind a paywall. 2 canceled series.
Well, these streaming services, they don't keep up with the content. We see this with anything. Even if somebody has a YouTube thing and they're like, oh, I want just memberships, you guys have to keep up with the content and you've got to put out quality content. And if people aren't watching that content and they're just watching like older content, for example, like with streaming services, then that may not be a win for them. But they do this problem. They cause a lot of this stuff to themselves. So
yeah, well, exactly.
And here's something I want to ask you, Baron.
Yeah.
I asked it to the members during the member stream yesterday.
Right. Okay.
And I'm going to ask it to you since you weren't able to join us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was late.
Do you feel that in the year that I've had memberships that you're getting your money's worth?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Because, not only am I a host, I'm also a member. That's how much I believe in this show. Yeah, and we'll put that's basically kind of like me right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you don't need to leave a comment for something like that because what's it going to do? It's not going to be a good insight. If I give a downvote for something I think truly it can have improvement, I would put it in there. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this, but the thing is you're hitting the mark here and there. Give advice. I'm more than happy to give advice to fellow YouTubers. But I do think, even though like I said, I am a member and I work on the show. The fact I'm on the show, I think I'm getting my money's worth, even my 2 cents worth from you every month. But really, I would not have subscribed as become a subscriber if I thought anything else. I am getting my money's worth. I think there's more things we can do, and of course, that's the things we look at. What more things we can do for our members that join in as we go along? Like the Pop Talk spatula. But
well, I mean, I've been thinking about that too for over a year. What else could be an incentive? That's why
Right.
whether you're the pack of 414 or stealth is optional, you get to be a part of a member stream each month, but you guys also get first dibs at a new video that's been uploaded to the channel. And for those who are stealth is optional, once a month they get to be with us on Pop Talk, which will occur next Sunday.
I must be stealth is optional.
You are stealth is optional.
Okay, yeah, I got the one that first came out.
Yes, you got the first edition.
Yeah, can I drop it down the other one? Here, let's see. No, I'm kidding. But no, I mean, I would not say that I'm being shorted at all. And I just know that it's a growing thing and things will change and more options and will be available as we go along. It's just what would fit for something like that. And something that's not going to insult those who are not members, where they say, well, geez, you're giving all this preferential treatment. No. We don't want to do that because we love everybody here. But when someone's supporting,
and I don't give the preferential treatment. That's why I say to people when we're live, when we're having a watch party, if you want to be a part of the panel during the watch party, let me know. I can send you the link.
Right. There are people out there who want you to pay to be part of watch parties, be part of the membership. You're not given that chance. We're not like that.
No.
I'm not like that.
I'm not really a fan of that
I'm not
stuff,
ever gonna ask for people to pay to be a part of the watch party. No, the watch parties are gonna stay as they are. We're watching a movie. I can send the link to whoever wants to be on the panel with us.
Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking that I can, if we had an open discourse for the show, Discord, people can get in there, or even mine, Baron tags. I can be able to stream it on there because I know you have problems sometimes, Mike. And we can all be in together in that Discord, and everybody can partake in the riffing or just talking about the movie as it goes along, what you like about it, what you don't like about it, all that. You give that option, and that's seriously on the table for me to fully extend to Mike to do.
Well, I'll go ahead and mention it since you brought that up. This Wednesday, we are having the second watch party for the month. I did say there were going to be two. True Grit was the first, and this Wednesday we're going to be watching The Iron Claw, which was one of the best movies I had seen in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to be watching that, and we're going to be using Cosme. We shouldn't have any issues for people watching that and being in the chat on Cosme, being in the chat on YouTube. And yes, if anybody wants to join us on the panel and comment on the movie as we're watching it, you're more than welcome. That goes for everybody on YouTube and Rumble.
We love that, actually.
But that's how we're going to be doing it. I have the movie. I own the movie. I bought it as soon as I saw that it was available, and I think everybody's going to enjoy it. You don't even have to be a wrestling fan to enjoy it. That's the thing about it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I was never a huge wrestling fan, but like I said, growing up, especially in Minnesota, with so many Minnesotans involved in wrestling in one way or another, whether I liked it or not, I heard all the stuff. It's like, hey, you hear about Hulk Hogan and what he did the other night? Oh, what about Jesse Ventura?
Forget about Hulk Hogan, brother. Did you hear about the Macho Man? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to get to that one. I was going to drop another one, and I was going to go to Macho Man. But I forgot who I was going to say, but Baron von Raschke. Baron von Raschke. You know, again, another Minnesotan. Yeah, so like I said, we were. You didn't necessarily even have to watch the wrestling to know what wrestling was what was happening. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It you know, and you know when Hulk Hogan was doing that interview after the convention and all that, saying how you know what was it 3 or 4 or 4 or 5 of WrestleMania was in the when Trump's
WrestleMania
arena?
4 and 5. WrestleMania
4
4
or
and
5,
5.
yeah. And how gracious he was in there, how he made
Yes.
everything a great party, even partaking in it by shaving. And I'm surprised he even said the name Vince McMahon's head in there. You know, being part of the shenanigans that happens at events like that. Back in the heyday of it, where you had fun shit like that.
Mhm.
And it's like, yeah, you knew about it. You mean you obviously knew what was going on. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I just want to have people explain why they don't like something. Because it could be one, it could be your reasoning is bullshit, or it's absolutely serious and to help improve the show. But we missed something somewhere. This is an ever growing show. And a lot of that has to do with you out there. And things that we go, yeah, this isn't really necessarily working. We're going to back off of that and go for this.
Mhm.
We don't want to be a one-trick pony. I don't want to be a one-trick pony.
I don't. No.
See, boy, I'm out of Baron mode here. I'm actually being serious for once. You know,
Well,
I'm usually
in case anybody's wondering why we don't do Beverly Hills 414, it's because I asked T-Gap Steve, could there be a little bit more structure to the story?
And I hope he comes back and has that. I look forward to that. Those were really fun. Absolutely fun. But then after a while, the structure got done. You know, season 2 wasn't the best season. But I want to hear this again.
The land of stars and dreams, Beverly Hills 414. A tale of friendship, love, and secrets it beholds.
Oh, beautiful, isn't it?
I don't know. Steven heard it. He's all, what the hell is this?
Yeah, that's true.
Cash money, the dark and mysterious.
Yeah, you're dark and mysterious, man.
I like
The
that.
story untold.
I'm amazed how that came out when I worked on it. And it's like, God, this is good. I kept on trying, and everything was little girl, mouse, whatever. You just killed my screen. Little girl. What are you doing back there? There. She unplugged my screen. Not the main screen, but the secondary screen. Oh, God. Don't be an Obi.
No.
She's really coming out as herself now. She even hangs out in the living room with the dog. She's like, I don't care no more. Honey, the big lunkhead jumps on Belong Suffering while she's being held by Belong Suffering. Didn't even bat an eye. I just told Honey, give her a lick. You know. No,
but no, it's why we ask. You know, are we doing a good job seriously, or is there something you think we need to change?
Yeah.
I don't want to be streaming and thinking, you know, everything's going all hunky dory, and then find out later on after the fact that, well, Mike, you could improve on this. It's like Cash. He watched my early game streams.
Yeah, I did.
And he saw how, you know, I wouldn't always talk in the streams.
Nope.
And yeah, there are still times now where if I'm concentrating on an enemy and, you know, everything's moving fast on screen, I can't pay attention to what's being said in the chat because I'm trying to beat the boss. But
funny, Whoopa, I see that. Freaking, I'm gonna put you back in your Pokeball, man, until you behave yourself.
And as far as giving any preferential treatment to world leaders, it depends on what team they root for.
Yeah. Right. Wonder who's that directed at. Oh man.
And I do want to say hello to Tim.
What's up, Tim?
No, not you guys, Tim.
Hey, Tim. Good to see you. Oh, breaking news. Kamala Harris says she intends to earn and win Democratic presidential nominee.
Dude, I really believe a woman.
I could say something right now, but I'm restraining myself.
All I'm saying is she's going to be a hard sell for a lot of the American people. I am sure on both sides of the parties.
Oh, and this coming in. Esta Terblanche, All My Children actress, passed away at 51. Oh, she's a pretty lady. Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, I saw that before we went live, but I didn't know how many people might be familiar with her. And
oh, I'm sure there's a lot of soap opera watchers like Whoopa.
I know of that, All My Children, but I don't. I don't know.
Whoopa and Phil McCracken, they sit there and they have their hankies next to them.
Whatever. Stones got turds.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, if you're writing something, you want some ideas, you're looking for deep drama, soap opera is probably the way to go. At least one of the ways, one of the options.
DJ says he'll give his vote under one or two circumstances. Days of our leaders.
Oh man. Yep.
What are those circumstances, if you don't mind me asking, DJ?
He's trolling us. You know it.
I'm asking a serious question.
DJ is trying to look for more planets that he can name after himself. I'm sure of it.
Asteroids.
Oh, asteroids, not just planets, both.
Not just planets, yeah. I guess it's an honor, but there's a lot of asteroids out there. DJ Ronnie G 812 and oh wow.
Oh my God.
I told you it was trolling.
Oh, boy.
That's our DJ. That's our DJ.
Hey,
one thing we have to thank Jack Black for, he held her back from eating baby Grogu.
True.
Yeah.
And to DJ's comment,
surely you can't be serious.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. Are this?
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
The dude abides.
He's serious.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, he's right about that.
Yep.
Yeah. See, that's just it. She's got so many against her because of her.
No.
What she's done. What people observed. Even people in the DNC, follow the Democrats. I'm sure they hit their head many times when she's talking. Because it's amongst their own people that don't like her.
They probably do. Oh yeah, definitely. I agree.
I mean, just like, people could be watching us and say, shut up, Mike, shut up, Aaron, shut up, Cash. A lot of times with Kamala, it's like, shut up.
Yeah. I mean, just like people didn't like Sparrow Agnew. I mean, and he had to drop out, after being elected again. And that's how we got Gerald Ford, the only man never to win as a vice president or a president. He never won either one of them, but yeah, he was president.
This is what she's trying to convince the people all the time.
I have people skills.
I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
And she's failing miserably, unfortunately, on that.
Well, I think the thing is, in all seriousness, I think the reason why they really have to go with Kamala is legal issues.
Really.
Well, it's legal issues with the war fund that they have, because it's for Biden Harris. They can't really drop that out. They have to play some legal shenanigans to try to get that, but they don't have the time or the effort, or they're stuck. They're stuck with 3.5 months, man. 3.5 months.
You can't be sad for them because they did this to themselves. So they did.
Right. Well, and dear leader Whoopa says you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because her numbers are the same as Biden's as being a vice president. But I think she's going to be put in there because of the war chest, because it's all built up, and there's only one way they can use it on her, and hope that she'd be a good puppet.
Yes, true. That's just, it's good times.
I mean, may you live in interesting times. Well, right now, this interesting time, I find fascinating. It's like, okay, I'll take that Chinese curse.
I just the way she is and her history, I just don't see her raising much money either.
No.
I'd be shocked. I don't see a lot of Democrats getting behind her. Maybe they feel they have to, but
right. I think that's exactly it. They're stuck. They really are, and it's a terrible place to be. A terrible place to be. I'm being serious about that. For anybody who is anyone who's running, you just kind of have to say that. Yeah. Did I drop off the face of the earth? Hello, everybody. I must be one of those old signals going around and around and around. Oh, Cash will be back soon. Okay. He walks away. So here I am. Trying to go and do a little bit, because I don't know what happened to Mike. I don't know what happened.
No, sorry. I was having a quick conversation with my sister.
Okay. I got concerned. I said something. I didn't get any feedback. But normally it's like, am I a circle of death on there, or what? And then Cash goes, "Yeah, guys, I'm running away for a moment. I hear the tofu truck. The music from the tofu. I gotta get my frozen tofu."
No, my sister and I were having a quick conversation about the events and
what's going on. Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't it fun, folks? Isn't it fun?
But if you'd like to promote yourself right now, Baron, go ahead.
Well, the only thing besides hanging out with you guys I have going on, which is my usual statement that I have, I do have to throw in, and we're keeping a leash on him. We're keeping a leash on him, Cash and I. We're going to hold his feet to the fire. But it's Jace Fox, 540 Studios, The Beyond. That's right. We got the Beyond going on over there, as Phil likes to call it, Pop Talk 2.0 or whatever.
Diet Pop Talk,
all that stuff, because Cash and I are on there. So yeah, join us on there. Sounds like he's got some good topics so far. We're going to be talking about on there. That would be, of course, Jace is the head of it. Jace is their version of Mike, but he's a little more undiplomatic, shall we say. Of course, we have with us the great Cash Monet, as well as Prismatics, as well as Hashi, Celtic Cajun, Fenner, who I haven't seen yet. He might be, I don't know where he is. I haven't even asked. We also have, of course, Whoopa Toopa. I hope you'll be there. And of course, last but not least, he's not a member of 540. He's a member of 540 Studios, but not necessarily the Beyond. But we'll probably see Tom, the leftist geek, as he calls himself. I'd rather have him say he's a liberal geek more than leftist. But he's a good guy as well. And yeah, join us on Thursday, anywhere between 6 o'clock and 6:30. And if you follow 540 Studio at all, you know why I'm saying that. Central Daylight Time for the show. And we hope to see you over there. Other than that, like I said, I'm hanging out with you guys. I should be doing more stuff myself. I keep on saying it, but I'm close to it, but I just got to give myself a kick in the ass. Let's just put it that way. And that's all for me, folks. All the excitement. I'm a thorn in these people's sides. There we go. I was going to say thighs, but yeah, whatever.
All right. And how about you, Cash?
I don't know if he's back yet.
I don't know if he's back yet. That's why I just thought I'd try and say, how about you, Cash, to see if we hear anything.
Oh, I'm getting this frozen tofu at the from the tofu truck going around.
Yeah, I mean, I know the two of you have something that you're working on for the Phantom Hooligans. I know Cash doesn't want too much getting out on it right now.
Well, yeah, we're still in the planning phase, but we should be really soon here. Cash and I just need to get our heads together here, in the Discord or whatever, and get some things ironed out. But it is going to be called the War Room. Yes, it's going to be a panel. It's going to be a little bit more different than a panel show that you normally have out there. I will say that. It's going to be not necessarily pop talk. Not pop, but talking about pop culture. It might be other things along the way. Television. We'll probably steer away from politics in that one, but we'll talk about like TV shows, movies, things that are outside this. Sometimes the venue of what we will be talk about with pop culture, and that's our intent. And we hope to have 3 topics each episode where we talk about it, giving everybody equal time to talk. And that's just the bare basics. I want to put that out there to let people know and get them kind of interested in what we're doing. And that's the most I'm going to say. Of course, we're going to be looking for. Obviously, I'm one of the panelists. I'm kind of the Tyrus of Gut, and he's the Greg Gutfeld. And so we're looking for at least 3 other people every week to come in. Do a roundtable. Doesn't mean if they do it once, it's never again. No. We want to change out and such with people and get their opinions and thoughts, ideas of things that we have going on. And so that's what the War Room's going to be about, and we're excited about it. And me laying this all back out, laying this part out, I figured it's safe to say one with that, because that's a solid what we're doing. It's just finishing up the little pieces here and there to get things going. Like Chris' criticism of my intro, so I'm going to have to work with him on that and show him how I'm doing it too. So other than that, yeah, that's what we got going on, and I'm excited for the War Room. I really, really am. And yes, we'll invite you now and then, Mike.
Well, like I've told you guys, because you guys asked me, are you okay with this? Or are you offended that we're, doing this without you? I said, no, here's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to go out there and kick ass each and every time.
Right. But we're also loyal to the people that we work with too. We don't want to have them think that they're being, ignored or bypassed or what. So, and that's why specifically it's a different thing. It's not going to be like Pop Talk. But it's going to be a serious one. Doesn't mean
we don't always have to do every single stream together.
I know. Working with Jace proves that. You have forgiven me for that, thank goodness. But yeah, working with Jay. Sometimes he pop on there, and that's great. But yeah, and you go to another stream. Hey, wonderful. But you seem to be hunkered down with your own stuff, which I understand because you're trying to grow your channel and work your channel. So I which I can understand. But if we decide to do another show and have other people come in for that one instead of Cash and I wouldn't be butthurt. I wouldn't be. I mean, I joke about it. I would give you ribbing, but it's on all seriousness.
No,
it wouldn't bother me.
I wouldn't be butthurt either. It's like, no, meet other people.
Yeah,
you can't always hang around each other. And
right, it's part of growing other people up, showcasing other people as well. It's about letting people know that there are great YouTubers out there, and we don't necessarily deal with the doom and the gloom, and that's the important. Yeah, we do hit some of that, where the quote unquote everything sucks because it has to be addressed. But other than that, we try to find the positives and what's going well because that's what we want to see. We want to see things going good again out there. And if they're doing something good, we praise it.
Yeah.
If they're not, well, damn it. And we've done a lot of praising on the show. I mean, going with the Dark Forces remaster. I mean, we gush over that one. But Battlefront 1 2 remaster, we shat all over it because they needed to. The only game
you can watch a live stream of the Battlefield remaster collection, and you can see that there were glitches. It still doesn't have positive reviews on Steam, and I do read reviews on Steam. I read them on Amazon. Anywhere I'm buying a product, I read the reviews.
And I only take the serious ones that they have out there, because you got people that put the review in, and it's like, what are you trying to get a point across other than your butt hurt? But when they sit back and explain, this is why I don't like it. And I've seen it there. It's like one downvote goes, I really like this game. I think it was for Jedi Survivor. Is I really like the fact that you're bringing back original character and such like that. But these are the problems. And this is why I'm downvoting it. And so the person gave reasons.
Yeah, when I saw that 3-minute preview of The Acolyte, one of the things I didn't like is it looked like the same shtick that Disney's been giving us since they've been putting out these Star Wars shows.
Yeah.
The same trope. The women are the best. The men are bad.
Right. It's like the book of Boba Fett and our Obi-Wan, going out there saying, we're the worst stream Star Wars series. And the Acolyte comes along and go, hold my beer.
Hold my blue milk.
Yeah, hold my blue milk. I should have been or hold my lum. That's another one. Only EU people would understand that one.
God.
God. Whoopa troopa. Oh, dear leader, why?
There are times I'm playing a game, I'll mention what I don't like.
Yeah.
It's like, as much as I did like Stellar Blade, there were parts of it I didn't like. And parts that I didn't like was the controls. In some aspects. Yes, in the full game, they're improved over the demo, but there are instances where you go to jump and the character's not jumping, or you're trying to block in time and the character's not blocking right when you're pressing the input.
Well, I mean, one game, and I changed. Originally I had thoughts of playing another game first when I actually do a live stream gaming one. That was going to be Mad Max, actually. But I say, no, that'll be like number 2 because this Contraband Police, I am so hooked on it. And I can't wait to start it from the beginning, live streaming it. And I heartily recommend it. Heartedly. And because it's fun. And it's right up Whoopa Troopa's alley. Maybe I could be a border guard for Whoopastanistan. Because this is a great game. It really is. I mean, it's not a fast-going game, obviously, but it does have excitement.
It's like right now I'm playing Metroid Prime Remastered. And I've had some people come by and say, is this your first playthrough? Yes, it is. you're going to enjoy it, especially the ending.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
Right.
okay, this gives me something to, keep pushing for, to see that ending.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that Mad Max fan vid that I sent to you guys.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, it's like this.
Here, I'm going to put the link to it in.
Do it. Yeah, please do. The Hope and Glory. It was kind of, I think, it's based off of a comic book, a little comic book miniseries they had out there. But there, you see elements of the Mad Max game in there. Little brief flashes of them. It's like, oh, I know that ship, that ship that's out of the water. Chum Bucket's in there, and the mysterious guy who's walking around, and and even the picture that Max has of the woman and his wife and his daughter. I'm guessing, which changes Mad Max lore, but I'm not hurt by that. But really, you go and see those elements there, but it's not relying on it. It is its own story. And yes, it's a tragedy. You're seeing a growth of Mad Max. I'm not going to give anything away, but yeah, it's heartbreaking ending. But it's a Mad Max ending.
It's
what he
not
does
supposed
about
to
it
be all
is Mad Max.
rainbows and butterflies and.
What Mad Max does to respond to this tragedy is pure Mad Max. It's like, no, this is a film we need.
Well, since Cash isn't back yet, I'll just go ahead and promote what else is coming up on both the YouTube and Rumble sides for Tuesday. There will be more Metroid Prime Remastered. That'll start at 6 p.m. Eastern on both YouTube and Rumble. For Wednesday, we're going to be watching The Iron Claw, based on the Von Erich family. And that'll start at 6 p.m. Eastern, also on YouTube and Rumble. And then Thursday will be more Metroid Prime Remastered, also starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. As far as Cash is concerned, I believe we're going to be playing Darktide, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah,
if
I was going to
change...
promote my Mortal Enemy. I was going to promote but you can go. Yeah.
Okay, you can promote them too. I mean,
okay, yeah. I mean, on Thursday, on Fridays, Mike, Cash, and I, and hopefully my daughter this time, and hopefully Spock, will join us for doing gaming. We've been doing. I see a back. I see a back from him. So speak up, buddy. We're trying to promote you.
Yeah, for promoting. He heard his name. His ears were burning. And he came back.
I have to deal
what
with
what are these goobers talking about?
No, I had to deal with some family stuff again, unfortunately. But
this is what happens when you go cash money, cash money, cash money.
Yes, we've been playing a lot of Darktide lately, and hopefully next week Spock will be able to join us, and that'll be on the Phantom Hooligans at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then there's some other stuff I'm working on too, but just stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and I went on offline trying to get my Krieg's Corman up a little bit. He's up to 4 now, so I want to get him up there so I can start using him, because I love those Krieg soldiers, their outfits and everything. Looks straight out of World War I.
Well, Phil also told me earlier that we were Team Epic Fail. I don't know how that's possible, considering we won a lot, but sure, whatever.
Well, before this last Friday, we won 3 out of 4 games. This last Friday, we won games.
I think it was 4 out of 5, I think.
We lost early of lag and some bullshit.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. It was the technical issues that got us on that one, or we probably would have won. But yeah, we did some kicking ass, and we got through the maps fast, and which was going to the point that we let the dwarves run ahead of us, as we call them, and be the cannon fodder. But with that though, they went fast, and it's like, well, we could do 5 or 6 of these, because we're at 4, and it's like we're like only halfway what we normally do our missions. So yeah, I love that Dark Tide too. I love that. I love it. I love that game. And I'm agreeing with Cash. I like it more than Vermintide 2, but Vermintide 2 is a close second.
I actually like Dark Tide more. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I do like Dark Tide. Vermintide a close second, but I don't know. There's just something about being in the 40K universe like that is just, especially reading so much. I'm not so familiar with the Warhammer Fantasy, but I've read a lot of the books on the 40K. It's like, ooh, now I'm one of them. As I want to visit this world, I don't want to live here.
No. Well, yeah, and once we got the chain swords and other things, just like we did in Vermintide 2, things just started feeling a little bit easier. I only say a little bit, but
No, I'll tell you one thing. Playing my Krieg, I got a pretty good rifle in there, but the backup weapon the Krieg guys have for an option is a shovel, because that's what they're going for. It's a big joke. And I was kicking ass doing the shovel more than using the firearm, because it's the automatic weapon. And it's like, I can't believe it. But I did boost up. I got a new one that had a high level. I boosted it up with my with the Mechanicus over there. So I'm waiting. I can't wait to give that a try. See how that works out. So
right.
Both of them are now higher levels. Get them. Get the chaos for the Emperor.
Very nice. And before we get out of here, I do want to thank all of you who watched on both YouTube and Rumble. First, starting on the YouTube side, I want to thank Old Man, You're Wrong, Leia Rose, the Battle Wannabe, the long-suffering Miss Tag, of course, the Jenna Ortega simp himself, Jason Fox of 540 Studios. He may deny that he's a simp, but he's a simp.
He says, "I'm not a simp for her," and he said that a bunch of times. Like,
right. My future wife. I mean, I'm not simping.
right.
That's why I always like to let him know. I don't think she knows you there, bro. But
I think with all the emails and letters he sends her, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a cease and desist letter.
I want to thank Pop Culture Mechanic. Go ahead, Baron. Go ahead. One more shot.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, if he lived in California, he'd be trying to peek through the windows. That's all. Okay, back to you, Mike.
No, he'd be in front of our house holding a sign saying, "Jenna, marry me."
Oh no! He's going to go full whatever that movie was, where the guy's out there with the radio.
Oh, St. El's something. Something.
Fire? I don't think St. Elmo Fire. I don't think it's that.
No, it was something else.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I'll go look it up.
He's
With,
like that.
With the guy from Grosse Pointe Blank. John, whatever his last name is.
John Cusack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's a moron, but that's beside the point. And his sister's a moron.
He's a political idiot, but
Yeah. But standing out front of the window, holding the boombox up there, playing a song that he wrote about her. That's
I could see that. I could see that.
And about 5 minutes later, he'll hear.
I also want to thank Pop Culture Mechanic. Thank you, Pop Culture. Of course, DJ Ronnie G. Nerd. He gives it right back to us, though.
Oh, yeah.
He does.
Nerd. Phil McCracken.
Agent
Phil,
Smith.
You need to get some sleep, man.
Yeah, I agree. Get some more sleep.
Armands, thank you very much.
He has a name that sounds like he would be part of Lupustan. Lupstania. He looks like he should have a position. He should be part of Dear Leader Whoopa.
Yeah. That movie was Say Anything, 89.
Oh, Say Anything. There we go. Yeah, Say Anything.
There we go. Okay.
I want to thank Spock's Friday Nights and Whoopa Troopa over on the YouTube side. Now over to the Rumble side, where
Dear leader.
I want to say thank you very much to Fat Steven for the raid, and that also brought over Wolverine Snicket. Good to see you, Wolverine. Also, Alpha Zero Omega, Scott Westbrook, Jester of Sin, Mr. Tickle Trunk, and Red Snum. Make sure I didn't miss any. I'm sorry. Anybody?
Oh, Gabstat 2.
And Gabstat.
Oh, and don't forget the Rumble bot.
It's a bot, Baron.
Oh, we had a bot invasion? Oh, no.
No, it's a bot I put in there to put our links periodically.
Oh, okay. Are you sure he's not a double agent? That's where you're getting a Dumbo from?
Oh God, we're ending the show, folks. I think Baron. I think
He broke him.
Long enough.
Yeah, I need to get some tinfoil and put on my head here now. After that, yeah.
But thank you everybody for watching this edition of Pop Talk over on YouTube and Rumble. Really appreciate it. Please make sure to look in the description for the links to Cash's channel and Baron's channel. They are in the description. And consider following and subscribing to their channels, to the various Pacific Forum 4 channels. And until next time, everybody, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. 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 I just gotta get the end credits. That's all.
Bye, everybody. Good for you to be here. And I got my last statement. Booger. Okay, there we go.
Wow, Baron.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Respect my authority!
Since one of you respected my authority.
I'm telling other people.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
You know, because we had more of a serious opening, and I don't want to interrupt the song.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
There, I'd feel bad if I didn't do that. Really.